Yo, Atlas speaking and welcome to part 12 of What If I Was Reborn into the world of Avatar as the Prince Zuko and took over the world. Let the tale begin. Chapter 1, The Choice in the Quiet. Air, water, earth, and fire. A long time ago, the four nations lived together in harmony. Everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked. Only the Avatar can master of all four elements. Only he could stop them. But when the world needed him most, he vanished. A century passed. He returned. And he stopped the Fire Nation invasion of the North Pole, shattering their fleet with the fury of the ocean itself. The world breathed a sigh of relief. However, things were not as hopeful after the victory of the Northern Water Tribe. In the Fire Nation capital, a ghost had claimed a throne. Lu Ten, the lost heir, had defeated Fire Lord Ozai in an Agni Kai of legendary brutality, stripping him of his fire and his crown. Lu Ten's decree of peace echoed across a confused world, ordering the retreat of all offensive forces. An era of Fire Nation conquest was declared over, not by defeat, but by the will of a new, unknown king. And the main threat, with the world now believing him dead, was moving. Prince Zuko, the Sunbreaker, the traitor prince, the ghost, was not at the bottom of the sea. He was on a ship painted the color of midnight, sailing towards a destination known only to him. With him, he carried a stolen princess of the moon, a broken sister of lightning, the sacred water of life, and the loyalty of those who saw further than nations. His war was over. His true work had begun. The world was entering a new era. An era of phantoms, spiritual reckonings, and hidden designs. The pieces were in motion, and the board was no longer a map of borders, but of older, deeper lines. Victor Crane was going to finish what he started. The door to the prince's quarters sighed shut, sealing Zuko inside with the silence and the girl. The room was spare, a metal box with a bunk, a desk, and a thick window looking out into the endless, pressing dark of deep water. The only light came from a single lamp, its glow pooling on the steel floor. Katara stood by the window, her back to him. She still wore the clothes of her people, from the oasis, now filthy and clinging to her. She was shivering, but not from the cold. The ship hummed with a deep, warm energy. He didn't speak. He leaned against the closed door, watching her. The weight of the last day, the arrest, the lightning, the oasis, the escape, sat on him like a sodden cloak. He was tired in a way firebending couldn't fix. Finally, she spoke, her voice a ragged scratch against the quiet. "Is she alive? Azula?" He knew who she meant. "Yes. The water is stabilizing her. The arm is still recovering. But she's alive." A short, sharp nod. Her shoulders tightened. "And you?" "In a secured room. She's unharmed." Furious, but unharmed. Another silence, thicker than the first. He could feel the question burning in the air between them, the one she couldn't bring herself to ask. So he asked it for her. "Why did you do it, Katara?" She flinched, a full-body shudder. She wrapped her arms around herself, her fingers digging into her own biceps. "I don't know." "You do." "I don't." She whirled around, her eyes blazing with unshed tears and fury. "I don't know. One second she was going to kill you, and the next my hands were moving and there was ice and, her voice broke. She looked down at her hands as if they belonged to a stranger. "I betrayed him. I betrayed Aang. I attacked the Avatar." "You saved my life," Zuko said, his voice low and steady. "I shouldn't have." The tears fell now, hot and angry. "I should have let her burn you to ash. You deserve it. You kidnapped me, you manipulated me, you threatened my brother, you, the list choked her, too long and tangled to voice. He pushed off the door and took a step into the room. "Then why didn't you?" She had no answer. That was the core of it. The terrible, undeniable truth. She had no answer that made sense in the world she used to believe in. He took another step, then another, closing the distance slowly, like approaching a spooked animal. He stopped an arm's length away. The lamplight caught the tracks of her tears, the soot on her cheek, the wild fear in her blue eyes. "You're here now," he said, not touching her. "On a ghost ship. With a ghost. Your brother thinks you're dead or captured. The Avatar thinks you're a traitor. There is no going back to what you were." It wasn't a threat. It was a flat, brutal statement of fact. He watched it land, watched the last flicker of hope for her old life die in her eyes. Her breath hitched. "What do you want from me?" she whispered, the fight draining out of her, leaving only exhaustion and despair. "Right now," he said. "Nothing." Her eyes flicked up to his, confused. "You're exhausted. You're in shock. You need to sleep. The bunk is yours." He gestured to the narrow cot. "Where will you?" "The floor is fine. I don't sleep much anyway." He turned and walked to the desk, pouring water from a pitcher into a simple clay cup. He brought it back to her. "Drink." She took it automatically, her fingers brushing his. She drank, the water cool on her throat. The simple act of kindness in the midst of the nightmare was disorienting. He took the empty cup from her and set it aside. He didn't move back. He stood there, looking down at her, his expression unreadable in the low light. "You asked what I want," he said, his voice so quiet she had to lean in slightly to hear. "In the palace, I told you I wanted you to be my woman. That hasn't changed." She stared at him, fresh shock cutting through her numbness. He said it so plainly, without the mocking edge or the strategic calculation he usually wore. It was just a statement of desire, stark and unsettling. "I don't. I can't be that," she breathed. "Not after everything." "I know." He reached up, and this time he did touch her. His fingers, rough and warm, traced the line of her jaw, wiping away a stray tear with his thumb. She didn't pull away. She was too tired, too lost. "But you're mine now, Katara. In a way no one else is. You chose to be. When you put that ice around the Avatar, you chose me over every other loyalty you've ever had. That makes you mine." His thumb brushed over her bottom lip. His gaze was intense, hungry, but not cruel. It was the look of a man staring at the only solid thing in a crumbling world. "I won't force you," he murmured, his face inches from hers. His breath was warm. "I never have. But I will have you. And you will come to me. Not because I order it. But because there is no one else in this world or on this ship who understands what you did today. No one else who shares this taint. This bond." He was manipulating her. She knew it. He was using her guilt, her isolation, her shattered sense of self to tie her to him. And it was working. Because he was right. There was no one else. Sokka would never understand. Aang would see only betrayal. Here, with him, was the only place where her action made a terrible kind of sense. The conflict must have been plain on her face. He saw it. A faint, almost sad smile touched his lips. He leaned in. She knew he was going to kiss her. Every part of her that was the daughter of Hakoda, the sister of Sokka, the friend of Aang, screamed to push him away, to slap him, to call down the ocean itself upon him. But that girl felt very far away. He kissed her. It wasn't gentle. It wasn't a question. It was a claim. His mouth was hot and insistent against hers, one hand coming up to cradle the back of her head, his fingers tangling in her hair. She froze for a heartbeat, stiff and unyielding. Then, with a sound that was half sob, half surrender, she melted into it. Her hands came up, not to push him away, but to clutch at the front of his simple tunic, holding on as if he were the only thing keeping her from drowning. It was wrong. It was a betrayal of everything. It felt like the only true thing left in the universe. When he finally pulled back, they were both breathing heavily. Her lips felt bruised. His golden eye was dark, his pupils wide. "That's what I want," he said, his voice a rough scrape. He released her, taking a deliberate step back, putting space between them again. The sudden absence of his heat was a shock. "But not tonight. Tonight, you sleep." He turned and walked to the far side of the room, grabbing a thin blanket from a shelf. He spread it on the floor by the door, a clear line between them. "The bunk," he said again, not looking at her. "Sleep, Katara." She stood there, trembling, her lips still burning from his kiss, her soul torn in two. She wanted to scream at him. She wanted to kiss him again. She wanted to disappear. Mechanically, she walked to the bunk and sat down. She didn't undress. She just lay down on the stiff mattress, staring at the metal ceiling, listening to the hum of the ship and the soft sound of his breathing on the floor. He had won. Without a battle, without a bargain. He had stripped her of her past, isolated her in her present, and laid a terrifying claim on her future. And he had done it by telling her the truth she already knew. She was his. And as the strange ship carried them deeper into the unknown dark, Katara closed her eyes, the taste of fire and salt on her lips, and finally let the silent tears come. Chapter 2, Sobbing in the Silence. The black ship hummed through the deep ocean like a buried heartbeat. In the captain's quarters, the only light was the ghostly green glow from the viewing port, painting the room in the pallor of drowned things. Katara lay on the narrow bunk, staring at the riveted ceiling. Her body was stiff, every muscle locked in a silent scream of protest against the day, against the choice, against the kiss. The kiss. It replayed behind her eyes, a searing loop. The rough warmth of his mouth, the claim in it, the way her own body had betrayed her and leaned in. It wasn't just a kiss. It was a brand. A final, irrevocable stamp on the parchment of her old life, marking her as his. Traitor. Captive. Confidant. And something else, something that made her stomach twist with a shame so deep it felt like drowning. She twisted onto her side, facing the wall. The coarse blanket scratched her cheek. "I will have you." His words, low and certain, were a vine wrapping around her heart, tightening with every beat. "You will come to me." A dry, pathetic sound escaped her, a laugh that was really a sob. He was right. He was always right. Where else could she go? Who else could possibly look at her now and not see the girl who froze the Avatar? Sokka would look at her with heartbreak and confusion. Aang would look at her with the eyes of that ancient Avatar Zuko had mentioned, with the cold judgment of the ages. He might forgive, but he would never understand. The isolation was a physical weight, crushing her lungs. She was alone in a metal tomb at the bottom of the sea, hurtling towards a myth with a boy who was a ghost, a prince who was a monster, a captor who was the only person in the world who knew the exact shape of the hole in her soul. The first tear was hot and silent. Then another. Then they came in a flood she could no longer dam. A choked gasp escaped her clenched teeth, then another. She buried her face in the thin pillow, but it was useless. The sobs were being torn from her chest, ragged and ugly and deafening in the perfect silence of the room. They were sobs for her mother, dead in a Fire Nation raid. For her father, gone to a war she no longer understood. For Sokka, who thought her lost. For Aang, whom she had betrayed. For the girl she was yesterday, who was now as dead as if she'd fallen into the Arctic Sea with Zuko. On the floor, Zuko lay perfectly still, his back to the bunk, eyes open and fixed on the dark metal of the door. He wasn't sleeping. He was listening. He had heard her restless shifting, the hitched breaths she tried to stifle. He'd expected anger. Cold silence. Even more tears of fury. He had not expected this. The first muffled sob made his shoulders tense. The second, louder one, had him holding his breath. Then they came, wave after wave of raw, unfiltered agony. These weren't the tears of a prisoner raging against her chains. These were the sounds of a soul breaking apart. He knew that sound. He'd heard it in the mirror, in the days after the Agni Kai, when the pain was less about the scar and more about the terrifying void where his father's pride should have been. A strange, cold feeling settled in his gut. It wasn't pity. Pity was for the weak. This was recognition. And with it came an unfamiliar, prickling sense of responsibility. He had done this. Not Ozai, not the war. Him. Victor Crane, with his plans and his manipulations, and Zuko, with his burning need and his terrible kiss. He had taken this fierce, bright, moral girl and systematically shattered every pillar of her identity until the only thing left to cling to was him. It was a masterstroke of psychological warfare. So why did it feel like he'd just broken something irreplaceable? The sobs grew more desperate, less muffled. He could picture her, curled into a ball, face contorted, drowning in a grief too vast for her body. The sound scraped against his nerves. It was too loud. Too human. It threatened the cold, precise calm he needed to maintain. He sat up. The movement was silent, but the rustle of the blanket was enough. The sobbing hitched, strangled into a wet, terrified silence. He could feel her listening, frozen. "Katara," he began, his voice a dry rasp in the dark. He didn't know what he was going to say. "Stop crying. It's weak. It's beneath you. Or maybe, I'm sorry." The word stuck in his throat, foreign and useless. He never got to find out. There was a frantic scramble from the bunk. In the green gloom, he saw her shape launch towards him. Not to attack. Her hands found his in the dark, small and icy and desperately strong. She didn't say a word. She just pulled. He was off balance, surprised by the sheer, frantic strength of her grief. He stumbled forward, falling half onto the narrow bunk with her. Before he could right himself, her arms were around him, locking him in a vice-like hug. She buried her face against his chest, her whole body shuddering as the sobs broke free again, even more violently than before. Zuko went utterly rigid. He was being held. Not grabbed, not restrained. Held. Her arms were wrapped around his torso, her face pressed into the hollow of his shoulder. Her tears were soaking through his thin tunic, hot against his skin. Her entire frame trembled against his. His mind, usually a fortress of strategies and contingencies, went blank. This was not in any plan. This was not a variable he had accounted for. Women in his past life, Victor Crane's life, they were transactions. Sharp smiles, calculated touches, bodies offered in exchange for status, for money, for a night's escape from their own emptiness. They used him, he used them. It was clean. Impersonal. Even Azula, his most recent conquest, was to satisfy his childish dreams. Though he also admittedly liked the girl. Azula was always his favorite in the entire show. This with Katara was however different. This was a tsunami of need. This was a person shattered, and in her breaking, she had reached for the very thing that broke her. It was illogical. It was terrifying. It was the most honest thing he had ever experienced. Slowly, carefully, as if disarming a bomb, he brought his arms up. He didn't hug her back, not exactly. He rested his hands lightly on her back, feeling the violent tremors that racked her. He was painfully aware of every point of contact, her arms around him, her weight against his chest, the damp heat of her tears. I can't take it anymore," the words were gasped between sobs, muffled against his shirt. "It's all so confusing. You, the fire, my mother. Aang, the ice. I can't put it together, it's all just noise and it hurts." Her grip tightened, her fingers clutching handfuls of his tunic as if he were a spar in a shipwreck. "Please," she whispered, the word a broken thing. "Please don't leave me alone." The plea was a knife to a part of him he thought had calloused over long ago. It was the voice of the boy in the mirror after the Agni Kai, staring at the bandages and the empty room. It was the voice of Victor Crane in the rain, watching the headlights bear down, knowing there was no one in the world who would even miss him. His own breath hitched. The careful, controlling part of his mind screamed at him to push her away, to re-establish distance, to remind her who he was, what he was. This vulnerability was a weapon she could use. This closeness was a weakness. But his arms, as if moving of their own accord, tightened around her. One hand came up to cradle the back of her head, his fingers threading into her tangled hair. He held her as she fell apart. He said nothing. There were no words for this canyon they were in. After what felt like an eternity, the storm of sobs began to subside, fading into ragged, hitching breaths and occasional, watery shudders. She didn't let go. If anything, she seemed to melt further into him, her body going slack with exhaustion. Then, slowly, she pulled her head back. In the dim green light, her face was a wreck, eyes swollen and red, cheeks blotchy and streaked, lips trembling. She looked unbearably young. She searched his face, her gaze roaming over his features as if looking for an answer etched there. She let go of his tunic, one hand lifting shakily to touch his cheek, her fingertips tracing the edge of his scar. The touch was so gentle it stole the air from his lungs. "I like you, Zuko." The confession was a bare whisper, so quiet it was almost lost in the ship's hum. It held none of the fire of her earlier anger, none of the calculation of their palace games. It was just a sad, simple, devastating truth. "I have feelings for you." A fresh tear escaped, tracing a new path through the old ones. "And it makes me hate myself. Because your people, your nation," her voice cracked. "My mom." She didn't finish. She didn't need to. The image hung between them, Kia, standing bravely before a Fire Nation soldier, giving her life for her daughters. The same red armor Zuko had worn when he first stormed into Katara's life. The same nation he was prince of. The legacy of ash and pain he carried in his blood and on his shoulders. She was confessing love to the heir of her mother's murderers. The moral contradiction was a gulf so wide and dark it threatened to swallow them both. Zuko stared into her grief-ravaged face. All his manipulations, his careful construction of her dependency, his strategic kiss, it had all worked. Too well. He had wanted her bound to him. He had not anticipated the raw, ugly, beautiful humanity of the bond. He had not anticipated that her coming to him would look like this, a broken girl sobbing out a confession that was also a condemnation. He didn't know what to say. "I'm not my nation." A lie. "I'm sorry for your mother." Empty. "I have feelings for you too." A dangerous truth he wasn't ready to examine. So he did the only thing that felt real. He closed the small distance she had created. He kissed her again. But this kiss was nothing like the first. That had been a claim of power. This was an answer. It was slow. It was deep. It was an apology and an acceptance and a shared drowning all at once. He poured every ounce of his own confusion, his own monstrous complexity, into it. He kissed her as if he could seal the cracks in her soul with the heat of his own broken one. She responded not with the fiery surrender from before, but with a profound, weary yielding. She kissed him back, her tears salting their lips. It was a kiss of shared damnation, of two people lost at sea, choosing each other as the only landmark in a world gone dark. When they finally parted, they were both breathing heavily, foreheads resting together. Her eyes were closed. "I don't know what we are," Zuko murmured, his voice rough with an emotion he couldn't name. "I don't either," she whispered back. "But don't let me go. Not tonight." He didn't. He shifted them both, maneuvering until they were lying side by side on the narrow bunk, her back curled into his chest, his arms wrapped around her. He pulled the scratchy blanket over them both. She fit against him as if she'd been made to, her trembling gradually subsiding into the steady rhythm of exhausted sleep. Zuko lay awake, staring at the metal wall over her shoulder. The scent of her hair, ice and smoke and salt tears, filled his senses. The warmth of her body seeped into his, a tangible anchor in the formless dark. He had one. He had her heart, her loyalty, her confused, aching love. It was the ultimate victory for the master manipulator. So why did it feel like the most terrible defeat of his life? Outside the viewing port, the endless black water streamed past, carrying the ghost ship and its haunted cargo deeper into the unknown. In the quiet room, holding the sleeping girl who loved and hated him in equal measure, Victor Crane, for the first time since he'd awoken in this body, felt truly, utterly lost. Chapter 3, News from the Homeland. The green gloom of the deep ocean was pierced not by sunlight, but by the slow, amber glow of carefully trimmed gas lanterns cycling on behind their frosted glass covers. Zuko awoke with the sudden, silent alertness of a soldier. Warmth and weight pressed against him. Katara was still there, curled into the curve of his body, her breathing deep and even. One of his arms was numb beneath her, the other draped loosely over her waist. Her hair smelled of ice and smoke and salt. For a long, suspended moment, he didn't move. He just existed in the strange, quiet truth of it, her, here, trusting his sleep enough to fall into her own. The battlefield princess, the defiant waterbender, reduced to a sleeping girl in his bed. This is a tactical error, the cold part of his mind insisted. Emotional proximity is a vulnerability. But the memory of her shattered sobs, the desperate clutch of her hands, muted the voice. She wasn't a tactical error. She was a live wound, and he was the only one who knew how to apply pressure. Carefully, he slid his arm out from under her. She made a soft, discontented sound in her sleep, her brow furrowing, but she didn't wake. He sat up on the edge of the bunk, the metal floor cold through his socks. He ran a hand over his face, feeling the grit of exhaustion and the ghost of her tears on his skin. He dressed quickly in the simple, dark trousers and tunic of a crewman, his princely silks packed away. He was a ghost now. He dressed like one. He was just lacing his boots when a sound came, not a chime or a buzzer, but a distinct, rhythmic pattern of clangs echoing through the ship's pipes. Two short, one long, repeated. A signal from the bridge. Zuko stood. He looked at Katara one last time. In the amber lamplight, she seemed younger, the fierce lines of her face softened. He left without a sound, the heavy, watertight door sealing behind him with a solid thunk and the hiss of locking gears. The corridor was a tube of riveted iron, lit by flickering gas jets and wire cages. The air was warm, thick with the smell of coal dust, hot oil, and the damp, metallic scent of condensed steam. The ship's true sound was a deep, rhythmic thump-thump-thump from far below, the heartbeat of massive steam pistons, overlaid with the constant hiss of venting pressure and the groan of metal under the sea's immense weight. This was no silent, magical vessel. It was a beast of boilerplate and burning coal, a prototype partially submersible that screamed its existence with every straining joint. The bridge was at the front of the ship, behind a vault-like door. Zuko spun the locking wheel and pushed inside. It was an engineer's vision of hell, or heaven. The space was dominated by a huge, spoked helm well connected to a dizzying array of brass gears and thick, humming chains. The walls were a forest of levers, pressure dials with quivering needles, and copper speaking tubes that whistled softly. Light came from the same hooded gas lamps and from the eerie, steady glow of large glass cylinders filled with a bubbling blue-green chemical broth, Fire Nation alchemical lights that burned without flame. The forward view was a series of 4 thick, porthole-like windows of reinforced green glass, their edges sweating. Beyond them was the eternal, sunless dark of the deep ocean, punctuated by the occasional, ghostly drift of luminescent jellyfish. Lieutenant Commander G, Sergeant Rin, and Ensign Lee were clustered around the central plotting table, a massive slab of dark wood lit by a single, focused lamp. Parchment charts, weighted down by magnetized iron blocks, covered its surface. Reyna stood near the aft bulkhead, her Kyoshi warrior uniform looking out of place among the machinery, her face a mask of painted calm. All of them looked up as he entered, their expressions tight. "Report," Zuko said, his voice cutting cleanly through the mechanical symphony. G didn't speak. Instead, he held up a small, cylindrical container made of treated leather, stained with salt and damp. It was the kind used by messenger hawks for long, over-water flights. He placed it on the chart in front of Zuko. The bird found us just before the watch change, sire, G said, his voice grim. One of yours. The Stormwing lineage, trained on your scent and the unique mineral signature of this ship's hull paint. It's a miracle it found us at all. Zuko picked up the container. It was cold. He unscrewed the cap and tipped out a single, slim scroll of parchment, tightly wound and sealed with a blot of plain, black wax. No insignia. That was the first message. He broke it. The handwriting inside was a hurried, familiar scrawl. Chen, his man at the capital's main aviary. Hawk number 7 dispatched. Cargo, urgent eyes only for Silent Prince. Source, your sister's former maid, Lin. She heard it in the halls. It's all anyone is whispering. The Agni Kai happened. Your cousin is back. He fought the Fire Lord. That was it. A trigger. A piece of a puzzle sent by a terrified servant girl who remembered a prince's kindness years ago. This was how his network worked, not with faceless spies, but with people, gardeners, clerks, maids, junior officers, who owed him, feared him, or believed in something he once represented. They passed along whispers, rumors, fragments. It was up to him to assemble the picture. The second item G gestured to the table. On it, next to a chart, lay a slender metal cylinder, sealed with wax stamped with a familiar, intricate sigil, a stylized flame intertwined with a lotus flower. The mark of his network in the capital, the ones who reported not to Ozai, but to the idea of him. Zuko picked up the cylinder, broke the seal, and pulled out a tight scroll of thin, expensive parchment. He unrolled it, his eyes scanning the precise, elegant script. The room waited in tense silence. The message was terse, factual, and world-shattering. To the prince. We write to you with the gravest of news, your majesty. Your cousin, Lu Ten, who is believed to have been dead, returned and proposed an Agni Kai. The Agni Kai concluded at sunset on the day of the siege's end in the north. The combatants, Ozai, Fire Lord. Lu Ten, son of Iroh. The challenge was public, for the throne, on grounds of patricide and usurpation. The duel was not of fire, but of something older. Ozai unleashed the full might of the royal arsenal. Lu Ten's fire was different. It consumed. It converted. It did not burn orange, but deepened into a void that ate Fire Lord Ozai's flames. He neutralized Ozai's lightning. He did not kill him. He extinguished his firebending at the source, leaving him hollow. Although it was revealed the former Fire Lord later regained his bending. Lu Ten is now Fire Lord. His first decree, all offensive operations beyond our borders are to cease. Fleets are to be recalled. The war of conquest is declared over. The message is being sent to every garrison, every ship, every colony. The capital is in controlled shock. The military councils are scrambling. The nobles are divided, some terrified, some ecstatic at the promise of stability. The order you suspected moves openly now in Lu Ten's shadow. He has declared a week of mourning for the old fire, and a week of preparation for a new dawn. Your sister is officially listed as missing in action at the North Pole, presumed dead alongside you. Your father is imprisoned in the palace, under constant guard. He is silent. He has not spoken since the duel. The world does not yet know. But it will by tomorrow. Sail wisely. The board is cleared, and a new player holds the sun. Your eyes in the caldera. He read it slowly, then again. The room was silent except for the ship's thumping heart and the hiss of steam. Spirits above, Rin breathed, reading over his shoulder. He actually did it. He beat him. And he called it all off? Just like that? He didn't call it off, Zuko said, his voice low. He tapped the article. He's redirecting it. Reclamation and reflection. He's not ending the Fire Nation's ambition. He's turning it inward. Consolidating power. Purifying the homeland. The war abroad is over. The war at home is just beginning. The generals who live for conquest will be restless. The colonies will be in chaos. He'll have to crush internal dissent with one hand while offering peace with the other. A grim, understanding smile touched his lips. It's a brilliant, dangerous move. He's not a peacemaker. He's a reformer. And reformers get blood on their hands just like conquerors do. G nodded slowly, the veteran seeing the strategy. It creates a fog of war on a global scale. No one will know what to do, our troops, the Earth Kingdom, the Water Tribes. Everyone will be frozen, waiting to see if he means it. Precisely, Zuko said, folding the newspaper carefully. And in that fog, a single, forgotten ship sailing off the map raises no alarms. Our mission is untouched. If anything, the seas will be emptier as fleets are recalled. Our timeline improves. He looked at Lee. Our position? Lee scurried to a large chart. We are here, he said, pointing to a spot in the vast, empty ocean northwest of the Earth Kingdom. Holding depth. Steam reserves at 60%. The silent creep protocol is straining the condensers, but we are, for all intents and purposes, a ghost. And our guests? Zuko asked, turning to Reyna. The Water Tribe princess has not moved from her meditative stance. She has accepted water but no food. She speaks only to recite ancient Water Tribe curses against those who violate spiritual law. The healer is with her. Your sister, Reyna's voice was carefully neutral. The sedation has worn off. The spirit water has done its work on the systemic shock, but the arm is a lost cause. She is awake. She is lucid. And she is demanding to speak to the traitor in charge. Zuko's expression didn't change, but a cold focus settled in his eyes. She can demand all she wants. No one sees her but the healer. And when I am ready, me. Double the guard. She is at her most dangerous when she's wounded and cornered. He turned back to the chart, to the vast emptiness that was their destination. The world above had been fundamentally altered. A new Fire Lord. A false peace. His father, a broken prisoner. His sister, a broken weapon in his hold. And in his quarters, a broken girl who had chosen him over her entire world. He looked at the folded newspaper, the official story of the new dawn. It was a message, all right. But not from spies. From a maid's whisper, a hawk's weary flight, and the cheap ink of a propaganda sheet. It was human, messy, and real. Stay the course, he said, his voice final. Nothing has changed. We sail for the myth. Everything else is just weather. As the others returned to their stations, Rin to the groaning helm, Lee to his chattering dials, G to the speaking tubes barking orders to the engine room, Zuko stood for a moment, watching the strange, glowing creatures drift past the thick glass. The shadow's heart pushed deeper into the dark, a leaky, noisy, impossible secret. He had a sister to break, a princess to crack, a spirit to find, and a girl in his bed who loved and hated him. And now, he had a cousin on the throne who had just made the world quiet enough for him to work. Chapter 4, The Wound in the Water. The rhythmic thump-thump-thump of the ship's engines was a distant, mechanical heartbeat as Zuko made his way back through the iron corridors. The braziers in their sconces cast jumping shadows on the riveted walls. His mind was a split screen, on one side, the political earthquake from the caldera, Lu Ten, the black dragon, sitting on a throne still warm from Ozai's reign, on the other, the quiet, amber-lit room and the girl waiting in it. He found the door to his quarters. For a moment, he just stood there, his hand on the cold metal handle. The intimacy of the night before felt like a dream that daylight, even the false, gas lamp daylight of the ship, had no right to touch. The awkwardness was a tangible thing waiting on the other side. He pushed the door open. Katara was sitting on the edge of the bunk, dressed. Not in her torn silks, but in a set of simple, dark gray trousers and a tunic that were clearly from his own spare stores. They were too big for her, the sleeves rolled up, the fabric swallowing her frame. She had washed her face. Her hair was damp and rebraided in a severe, functional style. She looked less like a captive princess and more like a young, serious deckhand who had seen too much. She was staring at her own hands, clenching and unclenching them in her lap. She looked up as he entered. The raw vulnerability from the night was gone, shuttered away behind a wall of careful neutrality. But her eyes, those brilliant blue eyes, gave her away. They were watchful, uncertain, searching his face for a clue to what happened next. "There's news," he said, closing the door. He leaned against it, not moving further into the room. He needed the space. "From the capital." She waited, silent. "My cousin, Lieutenant. The one who everyone thought was dead. He challenged my father to an Agni Kai for the throne. He won." Katara's eyes widened a fraction. "Ozai is dead?" "No," Zuko said, and he saw the flicker of something, disappointment? Relief? "He's alive. But his firebending is gone, was temporarily gone. Lu Ten took it from him. And now Lu Ten is Fire Lord. His first act was to declare an end to all offensive warfare. To recall the fleets. He watched the information land, watched her brilliant mind process it. She was connecting dots he hadn't even drawn. The siege of the North was over not just because Aang won, but because the nation that launched it was undergoing a coup. The war that killed her mother was being declared over by a stranger. "So, it's over?" she asked, her voice quiet, hollow. "A war's over," he corrected, pushing off the door and walking to the small washstand to pour himself water. He didn't look at her. Not the conflict. Not the reasons it started. Just the loudest part of it. For now. He drank, then turned, leaning against the dresser. The silence stretched, thick with everything unsaid, her confession, his kiss, the way they had slept tangled together. "I have to ask you for something," he said, finally meeting her gaze. Her posture stiffened immediately. The neutrality hardened into suspicion. "What?" "I need you to heal Azula." The request hung in the air like a physical object. Katara stared at him, her expression cycling through disbelief, disgust, and cold fury. "You're joking." It wasn't a question. "I am not." "Heal Azula?" She stood up, the oversized tunic swaying. "The girl who just tried to murder the spirit of the moon? The one who led the invasion that killed who knows how many of my people? Your sister, who would have happily seen you dead. You want me to heal her?" "Yes." "Why?" "So she can get up and try to kill us all again? So she can be your perfect, murderous little weapon?" Her voice was rising, the control slipping. "Have you lost your mind? Or is this just another one of your sick games?" "It's not a game." His voice remained calm, which only seemed to infuriate her more. "Her body is stable. The spirit water saved her life. But the lightning, it wasn't normal lightning. It was from Avatar Raya. It didn't just burn. It disrupted things. Her chi is in chaos. Her spirit is bruised. The physical wound is a ruined arm. But the internal damage is what will fester. If it's left, she'll either die slowly from the inside, or she'll wake up as something even more broken and unpredictable than she already is." "Good!" Katara spat. "Let her die. The world would be better for it." Zuko's eyes flashed. "Would it? A martyr princess, dead in the custody of her traitor brother and the Avatar's waterbender? That's a story that fuels wars for generations. Alive, disgraced, powerless Azula is a political tool. A dead one is a symbol." He took a step toward her. "And beyond politics, she's my sister. Since when did you care about that?" Katara shot back, but there was less heat in it now. She was listening to the strategy. "I've always cared," he said, and there was a raw edge to the words that surprised even him. "I hated her. I feared her. I competed with her. But she is a part of the equation. Of my past. Of what made me. I can't just let her rot." Not when there's a chance to fix what's broken in her. You can't fix Azula, Katara said, but it was a whisper now. Maybe not. But you can heal the wound Raya gave her. I've seen waterbenders have healing abilities. I've heard stories of what you can do with water. You have a gift. He was close to her now. He could see the conflict warring in her eyes, the healer's instinct versus the victim's rage. You're asking me to use my water healing, the gift of my tribe, to heal the person who represents everything that tried to destroy it. Her voice trembled. Do you have any idea what you're asking? I do, he said softly. I'm asking you to be better than they were. I'm asking you to choose healing over vengeance, even for the most undeserving. Not for her. For you. To prove to yourself that the girl who froze the Avatar to save a fire prince is still a healer at her core. That you haven't lost that part of yourself. It was a manipulation. A deep, psychological one. He was appealing not to her mercy for Azula, but to her fear of losing her own identity. He was holding up a mirror to the healer she was and daring her to look away. She looked away, her gaze falling to the floor. What if I can't? What if I try and I can't make myself do it? Then you can't, he said, shrugging. The indifference was a carefully crafted mask. Then we let nature take its course. But you'll always wonder if you could have. If the last act of your old life's morality was to let someone suffer when you had the power to help. He let the silence press down on her. He could see her turning it over, the weight of it bowing her shoulders. Why me? She finally asked, looking up. You have a healer on board. You have spirit water. The healer is a battlefield medic. He knows how to set bones and stop bleeding. He doesn't understand chi pathways or spiritual poisoning. And the spirit water is a blunt instrument. It grants life, but it doesn't guide it. It's like pouring a river into a cracked cup. It fills it, but it doesn't mend the crack. You mend the cracks. He held out his hand, not to grab, but to invite. Come and see her. Just see her. Then decide. Katara stared at his hand. It was the hand that had threatened her village, that had signed orders, that had touched her face, that had held her while she cried. It was a map of everything he was. Slowly, as if moving through deep water, she placed her hand in his. Her fingers were cold. He didn't smile. He just nodded, a sharp, acknowledging dip of his chin, and turned, leading her out of the room. The walk to the infirmary was silent. They passed a few crew members, a Kyoshi warrior on patrol, a grease-stained engineer coming off shift. The crew averted their eyes, but Katara felt their stares like physical touches. The waterbender. The prince's guest. The traitor? The healer? The infirmary was a small, clean room lined with locked cabinets. The air smelled of antiseptic herbs and the faint, sweet metallic scent of the spirit water. Azula lay on a narrow cot, draped with a plain sheet up to her chest. Her right arm was outside the sheet, heavily bandaged from shoulder to fingertips, the wrapping stained with a faint, ominous yellow at the elbow. Her face was pale, her normally pristine hair a dark spill across the pillow. Without her armor, without her sneer, she looked frighteningly young. Younger than Zuko. Just a girl. But her eyes were open. They were not the sharp, calculating gold Zuko knew. They were glassy, fever-bright, and moving restlessly, seeing things on the ceiling that weren't there. Her lips moved in silent, frantic conversation. The healer, a grizzled old man with a burn scar across his own cheek, looked up from grinding herbs. Prince Zuko. She's awake, but not present. The fever from the chi fever is climbing again. The water keeps her body alive, but her spirit is adrift. Like a boat with a broken rudder. Zuko looked at Katara. This is what Raya's lightning does. It doesn't just kill. It unmakes. Katara approached the cot slowly, her hand slipping from Zuko's. She looked down at Azula. This was the monster from her nightmares. The perfect, cruel princess. The mastermind of the invasion. Seeing her like this, broken, babbling, frail, was somehow more terrifying than seeing her in full command. Azula's roaming eyes suddenly focused. They locked onto Katara's face. A slow, terrifyingly lucid smile stretched her cracked lips. "The water witch," Azula whispered, her voice a dry rasp. "Come to gloat? Or has my brother sent you to finish the job?" How pragmatic of him. Katara took an involuntary step back. "He always did like to keep pretty pets," Azula continued, her gaze drifting again. "Father never approved. Too sentimental. Sentiment is a flaw. A crack in the armor. You can pour all the water you want into a crack, little witch, but the vessel is still broken." She began to laugh, a thin, wheezing sound that dissolved into a cough. Katara stood frozen, caught between pity and revulsion. Zuko moved to stand beside her, his voice low. "She's in there. But she's drowning. The lightning, it's like a storm inside her, scrambling everything. Her thoughts, her chi, her memories. It's not just pain. It's chaos." Katara looked from Azula's fevered face to her bandaged arm. She remembered Aang in the crystal catacombs of Ba Sing Se, struck down by Azula's own lightning. She remembered the terrible journey to the spirit oasis, her hands glowing with water, fighting to pull him back from the brink. The technique was seared into her memory, finding the scrambled energy, the blocked pathways, and gently, patiently, guiding it back into its natural flow. She could see it here. Not a physical blockage, but a spiritual one. A violent, foreign energy snarled in the delicate web of Azula's being. She looked at Zuko. "I would need a lot of water. Clean water." "You'll have it," he said instantly. "And I can't have anyone in the room. Not even you. It has to be completely quiet. I have to be able to listen." He hesitated, his protective instincts warring with necessity. Then he nodded. "All right. The healer and I will be right outside." Katara took a deep, steadying breath. She looked down at the girl who was her enemy. She thought of her mother. She thought of Aang. She thought of the healer she was raised to be. "All right," she said, her voice finding a firmness she didn't feel. "I'll try." Zuko's gaze held hers for a long moment. There was no triumph in it. Just a deep, grave gratitude. He gestured to the healer, and the two men left, closing the door softly behind them. "This isn't for you," she whispered, to Azula or to herself, she wasn't sure. "This is for me." Chapter 5, The Glove of Water. The infirmary door closed with a soft, definitive click, sealing Katara in with the silence and the broken princess. The room felt smaller, the air thicker, charged with the scent of herbs and the low, frantic energy emanating from the cot. Azula's glassy eyes tracked her. The momentary lucidity that had produced the biting remarks seemed to have faded, replaced again by that unsettling, inward-focused restlessness. Her fingers plucked at the sheet. Katara pushed down the tide of revulsion and pity. She was not here for Azula. She was here for the healer's oath that lived in her bones, for the part of herself she refused to let Zuko, or this war, take from her. And, a treacherous voice whispered, to prove something to the prince waiting outside. She turned to the basin. The water within was clean, brought from the ship's distilled stores. It would have to do. She called it to her with a gentle pull of her will. It rose in a shimmering stream, cool and obedient. She guided it, not to Azula yet, but into a larger, empty surgical bowl on a side table. She needed a reservoir. She repeated the process twice more until the bowl was full, a still, clear pool catching the lamplight. With the primary source ready, she drew a smaller amount, a continuous, manageable stream, and let it coil around her right hand like a liquid serpent. She focused, and the water flattened, conforming seamlessly to her skin from fingertips to wrist, glowing with a soft blue light. A healing glove. It was an advanced technique, one that required perfect control and connection to the water's energy. She approached the cot. Azula's head lolled towards her. Preparing your tools, little fish, she rasped. Will you use a scalpel? Or just drown me where I lie? I'm preparing to help you, Katara said, her voice deliberately calm. She pulled a stool closer with her foot, and Saturday, whether you believe that or not, is irrelevant. How noble. Azula tried to sneer, but it turned into a wince as a tremor passed through her. My brother always did have a taste for the self-righteous. Likes to watch you squirm with your own morality, doesn't he? Makes him feel less like the monster he is. Katara's jaw tightened, but she didn't rise to the bait. She reached out, her water-gloved hand hovering over Azula's bandaged shoulder, not yet touching. She could feel the heat of the infection, the discordant, crackling energy beneath. He's the one who brought me here. He's the one who wants you healed. Zuko doesn't want things. He calculates. Azula's eyes, for a second, sharpened. I am a variable in his new equation. A damaged tool. He's having you fix the tool. Don't flatter yourself that it's sentiment. You're wrong, Katara said, the words coming out more fiercely than she intended. She met Azula's gaze. He was upset. When he saw what Raya did to you. It wasn't the calculation of a strategist. It was the fear of a brother, maybe even more. Azula stared at her, the fever-bright eyes searching Katara's face with an unnerving intensity. The silence stretched, filled only with the drip of condensation from a pipe and Azula's ragged breathing. You believe that, Azula stated, a note of genuine curiosity in her hoarse voice. You genuinely believe Prince Zuko, the boy who lets our nation think he is dead, who stole a spirit princess, who left me to burn in the north, cares for me. She let out a weak, painful chuckle. He's played you beautifully. And you don't even see the strings. He hasn't played me, Katara retorted, but her conviction wavered. The memory of Zuko's cold analysis on the bridge, his talk of assets and variables, clashed with the memory of him holding her through the night. Hasn't he? Azula's voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper, though there was no one to overhear. Let's see. He captured you, yes? Isolated you from your brother and the Avatar. Brought you to the capital. Made you his, what did the rumors say? His muse? His shadow? A cruel smile touched her lips. He kept you close. Told you secrets, but not all of them. Made you feel special. Made you feel like you were the only one who saw the real him. He'd touch you, just enough to confuse you. A brush of the hand. A look that lingered. Am I warm? Katara felt a cold flush creep up her neck. It was a grotesque parody of the truth, stripped of the terror and the complexity, but it was built on a foundation of fact. She said nothing, focusing on maintaining the glove of water. Azula watched her, the scientist observing a reaction. And now, here you are. Having defended his honor to me. Willing to use your sacred gift to heal his greatest rival. Because you believe he cares. She let the word hang, poisonous and slick. He doesn't care, water peasant. He assimilates. You are being assimilated. And you're so busy feeling chosen, you haven't felt the teeth of the trap close. You don't know him, Katara whispered, her throat tight. I'd known him since he was a mewling infant, Azula shot back, a spark of her old fire in her eyes. I know every scar, every weakness, every pathetic longing for approval he's ever had. I know the boy. The man he's become, she trailed off, her gaze turning inward again, clouded with pain and something like confusion. The man he's become is a stranger. Cold. Quiet. He looks at you like you're a puzzle to be solved, not a person. He got that from our father, in the end. Just a colder, quieter version. She looked back at Katara, her expression shifting to one of blunt, clinical assessment. She studied Katara, the borrowed clothes, the determined set of her mouth, the way she held herself with a dignity that refused to be broken. Her eyes lingered on the glowing water sheathed around Katara's hand. Then, without preamble, she asked, point blank, did you sleep with Zuko yet? The question was so vulgar, so utterly unexpected, that it hit Katara like a physical blow. Her concentration shattered. The water glove lost its form. The intricate, glowing sheath destabilized and fell from her hand with a loud splash, hitting the metal floor and spreading into a useless, shining puddle. Katara stared at the spilled water, her heart hammering against her ribs. Heat flooded her face. She couldn't breathe. "What?" she finally managed, her voice a strangled squeak. She looked at Azula, horrified. Why would you ask me that?" Azula didn't blink. Her gaze was unnervingly steady now, all feverishness gone, replaced by a sharp, penetrating focus. "I'm asking," she said slowly, as if explaining something to a child, "because I've had sex with him." The world stopped. The hum of the ship, the drip of the pipe, the very air in the room, it all vanished into a roaring white noise in Katara's ears. She stared at Azula, her mind refusing to process the words. They bounced around her skull, meaningless and monstrous. You're his sister," Katara finally gasped, the words tasting like ash. A flicker of something, annoyance? Impatience? Crossed Azula's pained features. "That doesn't answer my question," she pressed, her voice low and relentless. "Did he fuck you, or not?" The crude word, in Azula's precise, royal accent, was more violating than a slap. Katara recoiled, stumbling back a step from the cot. Her hands flew up as if to ward off the question itself. "We didn't. I wouldn't. I'm too young for that kind of thing." The defense was out before she could think, childish and weak. Her face was burning. Shame, confusion, and a sick, rolling disgust warred within her. Azula just watched her, that analytical stare dissecting her reaction. The silence that followed was heavier than the ocean above them. It was filled with the horrifying image Azula had just painted, with the crumbling of 100 assumptions Katara hadn't even known she'd built. "I've had sex with him. With his sister." The competitive tension that had always hummed between Zuko and Azula suddenly took on a new, horrifying dimension in Katara's mind. Was it just about the throne? About power? Or was it about this? A twisted intimacy she couldn't begin to comprehend? Slowly, mechanically, Katara bent down. She called the spilled water from the floor, pulling it back into a shaky, unsteady orb. She couldn't look at Azula. She focused on the water, on the simple, clean truth of bending. She reformed the glove around her hand, the glow flickering with her tumultuous emotions. She sat back on the stool, her movement stiff. She reached for Azula again, her water-clad hand trembling slightly as she finally made contact, resting it over the center of Azula's chest, above her heart. The physical connection was a shock. She could feel the chaotic, racing beat, the snarled chi, the feverish heat. But she could also feel Azula watching her. Not with pain or gratitude, but with the intense, unnerving focus of a predator who had just scented a profound weakness. Neither of them spoke. The only sound was the water beginning to hum softly as Katara poured her will into it, seeking the storm within. But her focus was fractured. Azula's revelation was a poison in the room, a shadow between them. The healing had become something else, a silent battle in a sterile room, where the wounds being probed were no longer just from lightning, but from secrets too dark to speak aloud. And outside the door, unaware of the psychological bomb that had just detonated inside, Zuko waited, believing his sister was simply receiving the medical care she needed. Chapter 6: The Space Between Truths. Katara walked from the infirmary in a daze. The corridor light seemed too bright, the hum of the ship too loud. Her hands felt empty, cold without the glow of healing water, yet they still trembled. The phantom echo of Azula's chaotic heartbeat and the ghost of her words were tangled together under her skin. "I've had sex with him." She didn't go back to Zuko's quarters. She couldn't. Not yet. She found a small, unused storage alcove near the engine room, its air warm and vibrating with the ship's pulse. She slid down the wall, drew her knees to her chest, and tried to breathe. It wasn't just disgust, though that was a churning sea inside her. It was a sickening, vertiginous reorientation of her entire world. Zuko was complicated, ruthless, manipulative. She had accepted that. She had even, in some dark, secret part of herself she was only beginning to acknowledge, been drawn to that complexity. His conflict was her own. But this was a line. A line drawn in blood and fire that she never imagined could exist. It was monstrous. It was inhuman. And yet, Azula had said it with such cold, clinical certainty. Not as a confession, but as a weapon. A fact deployed to maim. He doesn't care. He assimilates. Was this part of the assimilation? Was this part of the cold calculation? The thought made her stomach turn. She hugged her knees tighter, resting her forehead on them. The borrowed fabric of Zuko's tunic smelled faintly of him, smoke and metal and something sharp, like ozone. The set now felt like a violation. She didn't know how long she sat there. Long enough for the initial shock to harden into a cold, sharp clarity. She couldn't hold this inside. It would fester. She had to look him in the eye and hear him say it. She found him on the bridge, studying a star chart with Lee. He looked up as she appeared in the doorway. His gaze flickered over her face, and his expression shifted from focus to guarded concern. He saw something in her eyes. "Katara," he said, straightening. "I need to speak with you," she said. Her voice was flat, devoid of the tremor she felt. "Alone. In your quarters." A flicker of surprise, then a slow nod. He said something low to Lee and followed her out. The walk back was silent, a heavy, ticking tension between them. He didn't touch her. He didn't ask what was wrong. He just walked beside her, a quiet, watchful presence. When the door to his quarters shut behind them, she turned to face him. She stood in the center of the room, her arms wrapped around herself. He leaned back against the door, giving her space, his face an unreadable mask. "Well?" he asked softly. Katara took a deep, shuddering breath. "Azula told me something." Zuko went very still. Only his eyes moved, sharpening. "What did she tell you?" The words stuck in her throat, thick and poisonous. She forced them out. "She told me that she's had sex with you." There was no dramatic reaction. No flinch, no denial, no explosion of anger. His face remained impassive, but the air in the room changed. It grew colder, heavier, as if all the oxygen had been sucked out. His golden eyes held hers, and in their depths, she saw no shame. No guilt. Only a weary, defiant truth. "She did," he said. His voice was quiet, matter of fact. The confirmation was a physical blow. Hearing him say it was worse than Azula's taunt. A small, wounded sound escaped Katara's lips before she could stop it. How could you?" The words were a whisper, laced with revulsion. "She's your sister, Zuko." "I know who she is," he said, his tone still calm, infuriatingly calm. "That's it? That's all you have to say?" Anger, hot and cleansing, began to burn through the shock. It's wrong. It's sick." "Is it?" he asked, a dangerous edge entering his voice. He pushed off the door and took a step toward her, not threateningly, but to close the distance the truth had created. "By whose law? The Water Tribes? The Earth Kingdoms? The Avatars?" He shook his head slowly. "In the Fire Nation royal family, bloodlines are kept pure through history. Cousins marry. Lines are blurred. Power is the only purity that matters. What Ozai and Ursa had was a political union. What Azula and I had," he paused, searching for the word, "was real." "Real?" Katara choked on the word. "It's incest." "It was survival," he snapped, the calm finally cracking. A flash of raw, old pain surfaced in his eyes. "You think we grew up in a happy little palace? We grew up in a crucible. Our father pitted us against each other from the moment we could walk. Love was weakness. Affection was a trap. The only person who ever understood the pressure, the fear, the absolute loneliness of being Ozai's child, was each other. He took another step, his gaze intense, willing her to understand a world she never could. When you are told your only worth is in your power, and the only person who sees your weakness and doesn't immediately use it to destroy you is the one person who shares it, lines get crossed. It wasn't about love, not in the way you mean it. It was about recognition. It was about looking into the eyes of the only other person in the world who knew what it was to be us, and not feeling alone for 5 damn minutes. Katara stared at him, her anger faltering in the face of his stark, ugly honesty. He wasn't apologizing. He was explaining the architecture of a hell she could barely imagine. So it was comfort, she asked, her voice small. It was fire, he corrected, his voice dropping. It was competition and hatred and understanding all twisted together so tightly you couldn't tell where one ended and the other began. It was the most honest connection I had in that prison of a palace. Before I was banished. Before everything changed. He looked away, out at the dark water beyond the porthole. It ended. A long time ago. It became just another weapon. Another way to hurt and control each other. What's left now is history. And a shared damage that no one else will ever comprehend. The jealousy hit her then, ugly and unexpected. It wasn't jealousy of the act, the thought still revolted her. It was jealousy of the understanding. Of the shared, terrible history. Azula knew a version of Zuko that Katara never could. A version shaped in that poisonous cradle, forged in a bond that was equal parts love and destruction. She, Katara, with her village and her brother and her clear moral lines, was an outsider to that fundamental truth of his life. And now? Katara forced herself to ask. You want me to heal her? After that history? After what she is? He looked back at her, his expression softening into something almost resigned. Yes. Precisely because of that history. She is a part of me, Katara. A broken, toxic, dangerous part. You can't cut a part of yourself out and expect to remain whole. You either die from the bleeding, or the rot spreads. I have to try to mend it. Or at least contain it. And I need your help to do it. Why me? The plea was in her voice. Why does it have to be me who deals with this part of you? Because you're here, he said simply. Because you chose to be here. And because, he hesitated, the unflappable prince struggling for words. Because you see the cracks in me too. Not the same ones she sees, but you see them. And you haven't run. Not yet. The confession hung between them, fragile and immense. He was not asking for forgiveness for Azula. He was stating a brutal fact of his existence and asking her to look at it. To look at him in all his damaged, contradictory, monstrous glory, and not turn away. Katara felt the fight drain out of her. The moral outrage was still there, a bedrock part of her. But it was now layered with a terrible, complicated pity for the boy he had been, for the girl broken on the cot, for the monstrous bond that had warped them both. I can't understand it, she said finally, her voice tired. I don't expect you to, he replied. I just need you to accept that it is. That I am. Silence settled over them again, but it was different now. The shocking truth was out, examined in the cold light. It was hideous. It was part of him. She thought of the way he'd held her as she cried. The desperation in his touch. The loneliness he confessed. It was all connected. The boy capable of that tenderness was the same boy forged in a fire so hot it burned all normal boundaries to ash. I'll finish healing her, Katara said, the decision forming as she spoke. Not for you. Not for her. Because a healer heals. And because, she met his gaze, her own resolve hardening. I need to prove to myself that I can face the worst parts of this, of you, and not break. A ghost of a smile, sad and approving, touched his lips. That's my girl. The phrase should have felt possessive, manipulative. In that moment, after the storm they just weathered, it felt like an acknowledgement. A recognition of her strength. But, she added, her voice firm, you don't touch me again. Not like last night. Not until I understand all of this. Until I decide what I can live with. He nodded, a sharp, respectful dip of his head. Agreed. The negotiation was complete. A new, fragile line had been drawn in the ashes of the old one. You should rest, he said, gesturing to the bunk. The healing took a lot out of you. I'll be on the bridge. He turned to leave, his hand on the wheel to open the door. Zuko, she said. He paused, looking back. Thank you, she said quietly. For not lying. He held her gaze for a long moment, his eyes unreadable. It's the one thing I can always promise you, Katara. The truth. However ugly it is. Then he was gone, leaving her alone with the echo of monstrous truths and the crushing weight of a compassion she didn't want to feel for a princess who deserved none. She sat on the bunk, not lying down, just staring at the wall. She had thought she was navigating a maze of manipulation and strategic affection. She had just discovered that the maze was built on foundations of fire and taboo, and she was standing in the very center of it, with no map to guide her out. Chapter 7, The Nature of the Bond. Zuko did not go to the bridge after leaving Katara. The cold, strategic part of his mind told him he should monitor their course, check the engine status, project their arrival time to the Lion Turtle's last known coordinates. But a heavier gravity pulled him down the dim, warm corridor, away from the mechanical thrum of the ship's heart, toward the sterile quiet of the infirmary. The confrontation with Katara had left a residue in the air around him, a fine dust of truths he rarely allowed himself to breathe. Now, he needed to face the source. The Kyoshi warrior outside the infirmary door, Maka snapped to a respectful silence as he approached. He gave a short nod, and she stepped aside, turning the wheel lock and pushing the heavy door inward for him. The room was as he'd left it, lit by the same chemical lanterns. The healer was gone, likely on Zuko's earlier orders. Azula lay on the cot, but she was not as Katara had left her. The bandages on her arm were neat, undisturbed. The feverish restlessness had subsided, replaced by an unnerving, absolute stillness. Her eyes were open, staring at the riveted ceiling, and they tracked him with slow, deliberate precision as he entered and closed the door. The silence was profound. It wasn't the quiet of sleep or peace. It was the silence of a predator conserving energy, of a mind whirring behind a placid mask. He didn't speak at first. He walked to the side table, poured a cup of water from a pitcher, and brought it to the cot. He held it out. She didn't move her head. Just her eyes slid to look at the cup, then back to his face. A faint, contemptuous smirk touched her cracked lips. Come to check on your investment, brother? See if the peasant's magic water worked? He didn't retract the cup. Drink, Azula. You need fluids. I need a lot of things, she rasped. A new arm. My throne. My honor. A cup of water is somewhat low on the list. Yet, after a long, defiant moment, she lifted her good arm, the motion shaky, weak, and took the cup. She drank in small, careful sips, her eyes never leaving his. He pulled the stool closer and sat, resting his elbows on his knees. He studied her. The pallor was still there, the shadows under her eyes deep as bruises. But the chaotic fire in her gaze had banked, leaving behind the familiar, calculating ice. Katara's healing had done more than mend tissue, it had anchored her spirit, pulled her back from the precipice of true madness. Why did you tell her? He asked. His voice was quiet, devoid of accusation. It was a question of strategy. Azula finished the water and let the cup rest on her stomach. The waterbender? Why not? It was a fact. A useful one. It disrupted her focus. It made her question you. It introduced a variable she couldn't heal away. She tilted her head slightly. It worked, didn't it? She came to you. She was upset. She was, Zuko acknowledged. And you told her the truth, Azula stated, not a question. She knew him. The tragic story of the twisted royal siblings, bound by trauma and fire. How very poetic. Did it work? Did she buy your shared damage narrative? It's not a narrative. It's the truth. Azula laughed, a short, pained sound. Oh, Zuzu. It's a truth. The most palatable one. The one that paints us as victims of circumstance, our entanglement, as a tragic byproduct of father's cruelty. Her gaze sharpened, digging into him. But we both know it wasn't just that, was it? It wasn't just shared trauma in a loveless palace. Zuko held her gaze, his expression giving nothing away. Inside, a old, familiar current stirred, a mix of defiance and a dark, secret pride. He would not give her the satisfaction of seeing it. It was a transaction, he said, repeating the cold language of their agreement from the capital. You wanted back in. I had the power. You paid the price. A transaction, she echoed, the smirk returning, wider now. Is that what you call it when you look at your sister with an appetite that has nothing to do with politics? When you touch her not as a negotiator sealing a deal, but as a man claiming what he's always wanted? The air in the room grew tighter. She was peeling back the layers, aiming for the raw nerve she'd always been able to find. You wanted it too, he countered, his voice dropping low. You came to my quarters. You stayed. You could have killed me in my sleep 100 times. You didn't. A flicker of something, anger, shame, crossed her face before the mask slammed back down. I wanted my position back. I took the most efficient path. You took me, he said, the words blunt and heavy. And you didn't hate it. Not all of it. She was silent for a long moment, her good hand clenching the empty cup. You're different, she said finally, changing tack. Her eyes scanned him with that unnerving, analytical focus. In the capital, after your return, you were sharper, yes. Colder. But there was something else. A certainty. A lack of desperation. The boy who begged for father's approval was gone. In his place was someone who looked at the dragon throne like it was a piece on a board, not a holy grail. You looked at me, she trailed off, frowning slightly, as if the memory confused her. You looked at me like you already knew what I would do. Like you'd seen it before. Zuko's heart gave a single, hard thump against his ribs. This was the dangerous ground. The ground where Azula's preternatural perception brushed against the impossibility of his existence. I learned to anticipate, he said, his tone flat. Exile teaches you that. This wasn't anticipation, she insisted, her voice gaining a trace of its old intensity. This was recognition. Like you'd already had this conversation. Like you'd already won. Her gaze locked onto his. Who are you, Zuko? Really? The brother I knew would never have had the patience or the vision for this phantom fleet, this spirit-chasing folly. He would have taken the throne when he had the chance and ruled with the same blunt tyranny as father. Maybe I grew up, he offered, a weak defense against her razor-sharp insight. You didn't grow, she whispered, her eyes wide with a dawning, terrifying hypothesis. You were replaced. The words hung between them, a heresy so profound it seemed to chill the very air. Zuko didn't flinch. He had practiced this moment in his mind 1,000 times. He let a slow, cynical smile spread across his face, Zuko's smile, tinged with Ozai's cruelty. Is that easier for you to believe, Azula? He asked, his voice a soft taunt. That some spirit stole your brother's body, rather than accept that the pathetic boy you outshone for years finally outgrew you? That he learned to play a game you don't even understand the rules of? It was the perfect deflection. It hit the core of her pride, her deepest insecurity, that the natural order had been upended. The suspicion in her eyes wavered, clouded by a more familiar, seething resentment. She looked away, breaking the intense stare. You haven't outgrown me. You've just fallen further into madness. Chasing legends. keeping a waterbender pet, harboring a crippled sister. You're assembling a collection of broken things, Zuko. That doesn't make you a king. It makes you a curator of a failed zoo. He stood up, the stool scraping on the metal floor. The dismissal in her tone was a relief. Her suspicion had been routed, for now, back into the familiar channel of their rivalry. Rest, Azula, he said, turning to leave. You'll need your strength. For what? She called after him, her voice dripping with scorn. To be your next broken project? To watch you fail? He paused at the door, hand on the wheel. He looked back at her, lying small and damaged on the cot, all her legendary fire reduced to bitter words. No, he said, his voice quiet but carrying a finality that silenced her. To understand what comes next. The world you knew is gone, sister. The throne is held by a dragon of a different color. The war is over. You and I, we're relics of the old fire. And I intend to see what a relic can become when it's reforged in something older than flame. He left her then, closing the door on her stunned silence. In the corridor, he leaned against the cold wall, closing his eyes. The confrontation with Katara had been about truth and morality. The confrontation with Azula was about identity and a bond that was a secret even to her, a bond built not just on shared trauma, but on a lifetime of watching a fiery, brilliant girl from afar, a fascination that had crossed worlds and now lived in the heart of a storm he himself had become. Two women. One repulsed by the bond, one weaponizing it. And he, the Prince of Fire and Secrets, standing in the impossible space between them, holding the truth of who he was like a live coal in his bare hand. Chapter 8, Zuko's Proposal. Zuko stood in the corridor, the ship's mechanical pulse thrumming through the soles of his boots. The cold metal wall against his back did nothing to cool the heat of the last two confrontations. Katara's wounded, moral disgust was one thing, a fire he could navigate. But Azula's razor-sharp perception, brushing against the core truth of his existence, was a different kind of danger. It was a crack in the foundation. He could leave it. Let her fester in suspicion and bitterness. A broken, suspicious Azula was predictable. A contained threat. But contained threats had a way of becoming catalysts for disaster. And more than that, the look in her eyes, not just the suspicion but the bruised confusion beneath it, stirred something old and stubborn in him. Victor Crane's childhood fascination, Zuko's twisted bond, it was all a tangled knot, but one thread was clear, he had never wanted her broken. Outshone, yes. Surpassed, absolutely. But broken? Seeing her like this, a feverish ghost of the prodigy, felt like a personal failure. A masterpiece he'd helped shatter. And he was done with failures. He pushed off the wall and turned, not towards the bridge, but back to the infirmary door. Meika, still on guard, gave him a questioning look but said nothing as he spun the wheel lock once more. Azula hadn't moved. She still stared at the ceiling, but her posture was less rigid, more exhausted. She didn't look at him as he entered and closed the door. Back so soon, she rasped, the scorn thin, stretched over a deep weariness. Forget to threaten me some more? Or has the water peasant ordered you to check on her handiwork? He didn't sit this time. He stood at the foot of the cot, his arms crossed, looking down at her. The silence stretched, different from before. It wasn't a tactical pause. It was him gathering words he'd never spoken aloud. You asked who I am, he began, his voice low, stripped of its usual calculated edge. Her eyes slid to him, wary. I'm your brother, he said. The one who spent a lifetime watching you. Not just fearing you. Not just hating you. He took a slow breath. Watching you. The way you moved. The way your fire was never just fire, it was geometry. It was perfect. It was the most beautiful, terrible thing in that cursed palace. Azula went very still. The sarcasm drained from her face, replaced by pure, stunned attention. You think this started as a transaction in the capital? He continued, his gaze unwavering. It didn't. It started when we were children. When you were the golden prodigy and I was the sullen brat with a crush he could never, ever admit. Not to himself, and certainly not to you. He let out a short, humorless laugh. Ozai's cruelty, the competition, the hatred, it twisted it. Buried it under layers of poison. But it was always there. The wanting. The attraction. He saw her breath catch. Her good hand clenched the sheet. She was searching his face for the lie, the manipulation. She found none. This was too specific, too raw, too stupidly vulnerable to be a calculated play. So your shared damage story, she whispered. Is true, he finished. But it's not the whole truth. The whole truth is uglier and simpler. I wanted you. Long before I had any power to bargain with. I just learned to use the circumstances to finally get what I wanted. He had drawn a line. He had given her a piece of the real puzzle, the Zuko Victor amalgam's deepest, most consistent drive, while carefully omitting the impossible source. It was a truth that could explain his certainty, his lack of desperation. A long-held, secret obsession given power. Azula processed it. Her sharp mind, even addled by pain and shock, was connecting dots. The intensity of his focus on her in the capital, the way he'd looked at her not just as a rival, but with a possession that felt familiar. Old. All this time, she murmured, more to herself than to him. All those years you were just watching? And planning, he admitted. To be better than you. To be worthy of you. To have you. It all got mixed up. It still is. She finally looked away, a faint, confused blush coloring her pale cheeks. It was the most human reaction he'd seen from her since the oasis. The revelation was a weapon, but it was also a key. It made him knowable to her again, in a terrifying, intimate way. Why tell me this now? She asked, her voice losing some of its rasp, gaining a trace of its old steel. I'm helpless. Broken. I'm no one's perfect fire anymore. Why confess your childhood infatuation now? Because you're not broken, he said, leaning forward, his hands on the footrail of the cot. You're damaged. There's a difference. And because my plans have changed. Grown. He had her full attention now. The word plans was a language she understood. The waterbender, she said, her eyes narrowing. She's part of it. Katara is essential, he acknowledged. In ways you don't yet see. She's not a pet. She's a pillar. A pillar, Azula repeated, the word tasting foreign. For what? Zuko straightened, his posture shifting from confessional to imperial. The vulnerability receded, replaced by the chilling vision he carried. For what comes after the thrones and the wars. I'm not chasing father's crown anymore, Azula. Or even Lu Ten's. That got her. Her head jerked up. Lu Ten? A grim smile touched his lips. Ah, yes. That's the other piece of news. He paced a few steps beside the cot. While you were trying to kill the moon and I was faking my death, our dear cousin Lu Ten was in the capital. He challenged father to an Agni Kai. For the throne. Azula's breath hitched. Her eyes widened, the last vestiges of feverish haze burning away in the heat of this new, catastrophic information. Father, he fought him? He fought. And he lost. Zuko stopped pacing and looked at her. Lu Ten didn't kill him. He did something worse. He stripped him of his firebending. Left him a hollow shell. Then he declared himself Fire Lord and ordered an end to all offensive warfare. The fleets are being recalled as we speak. Ozai's war is over. The news landed like a series of detonations in the small room. Azula's face went through a rapid series of transformations, shock, disbelief, a flicker of horrified awe, and finally, a cold, settling fury. Her father, the unshakable pillar of her world, the source of all validation, defeated. Rendered inert. By the ghost of her weak, tea-sipping uncle's son. Lu Ten, She breathed the name like a curse. The Black Dragon. Zuko's eyebrow raised. You've heard the title. Rumors. Whispers in the court before the invasion. I dismissed them. She closed her eyes, her mind racing, rebuilding her understanding of the world from this new, shattered baseline. So, you're not just a traitor prince. You're a phantom prince, sailing away from a kingdom that now has a new, peacemaking dragon on a throne stained with our father's shame. She opened her eyes, the fury crystallizing into something sharper. And what is your plan, Zuko? To live out your days on this rusting ship with your water pillar and your crippled sister? No, he said, his voice dropping to a low, resonant certainty that filled the room. My plan is to build a new one. He moved to the side of the cot, looking down at her with an intensity that was both possessive and terrifyingly ambitious. The world is being reset, Azula. Lu Ten is clearing the board. Good. Let him play King of the Ashes. I am looking further. I have the last spirit water. I have the Princess of the Moon, whose spirit is tied to the oldest forces. I know the location of the final lion turtle, the source of bending itself. And I have you. He leaned down, his face close to hers. Not as a broken thing. Not as a rival. I want you, Azula. The real you. The brilliant, relentless, terrifying you. Not to be my wife in some political union. To be my queen. One of them. The word hung in the air. Queen. Plural. Azula's eyes went wide. One of them? You and Katara, he said, as if it were the most logical conclusion in the world. The fire and the water. The ruthless intellect and the moral compass. The prodigy and the pillar. 2 queens for a kingdom that doesn't exist on any map. A kingdom built on knowledge, on the oldest powers, on something beyond nations and elements. He saw the rejection form in her eyes first, the instinctive, proud recoil. Sharing? With a water tribe peasant? It was an insult to her very being. You're insane, she whispered, but there was less conviction than calculation. I'm visionary, he corrected. You were born to rule, Azula. But you were born into a tiny, brutal box called the Fire Nation. I'm offering you the keys to a much larger room. A room where power isn't just about conquest, but about understanding. Where the game isn't who holds the caldera, but who understands the rules of reality itself. He placed his hand over her good one on the sheet. She flinched but didn't pull away. Help me. Not as a subordinate. As a partner. As a queen. Use that magnificent mind not to serve Ozai's dead dream or to scheme for a throne that's already taken, but to help me build something that will make the dragon throne look like a child's toy. He was offering her a purpose. A grand, terrifying, limitless purpose. It was the only thing that could possibly compete with the ruins of her old ambitions. She stared at their hands, then up at his face, searching for the flaw, the trap. And Katara? You think she'll agree to this? To share you? With me? Katara has her own path to walk, he said, a shadow passing behind his eyes. But she is bound to this destiny, and to me, in ways she is only beginning to feel. She may not understand it yet, but she is the balance. You are the ambition. I am the will that holds them both. He squeezed her hand gently and straightened. Think on it, Azula. You have time. Heal. Regain your strength. When you're ready, we'll talk about how to fix more than just your arm. He turned and walked to the door. As his hand touched the wheel, her voice, quiet but clear, stopped him. Zuko. He looked back. Her expression was unreadable, a mask of porcelain over a churning storm. The attraction, was it always just that? The wanting? He held her gaze, letting her see the full, unvarnished truth of it, the years of watching, the twisted admiration, the dark desire that was as much a part of him as his scar. No, he said finally. It was also envy. And hate. And a profound, reluctant respect. It was everything, Azula. It always has been. That's why it has to be you. Then he was gone, leaving her alone with the echo of a confession, a coronation, and a proposal that promised either a glorious new empire or a shared, exquisite madness. Chapter 9, Return to the North. The Northern Water Tribe was a city of ghosts and whispers. The victory was absolute, but it tasted of ash and cold seawater. The shattered wall stood as a gaping maw, a permanent scar where the Fire Nation's fury had broken through. The canals, once choked with burning wreckage, were now clear, the debris hauled away or sunk to the black depths. But the stains remained, soot on white ice, scorch marks on ancient architecture, a lingering metallic scent in the air that no wind could seem to carry off. In the heart of the city, the mood was not celebratory. It was somber, weary, and threaded with a deep, unsettling anxiety. The great hall of the chief's palace was filled with a muted murmur. Warriors wrapped in bandages sat alongside stone-faced elders. The full moon had passed, and with it, the unnatural power that had fueled their final stand. They had won with the Avatar's cataclysmic aid, but the cost was everywhere. And the losses were not all counted in stone and fallen soldiers. At the high table, Chief Arnuk looked older than his years. His face was drawn, his eyes shadowed as he stared at a place setting that would remain empty. To his right, Master Pakka stood with his arms crossed, his usual stern expression hardened into something grimmer. To Arnuk's left sat Aang, small and quiet in his borrowed parka, his eyes downcast. Beside Aang, Sokka fidgeted, his boomerang on the table, his fingers tracing its curve again and again. The absence at the table was a physical weight. "The tally is complete," an advisor said, his voice hollow in the vast chamber. "Our losses are severe, but manageable given the scale of the assault. The Fire Nation fleet is destroyed or routed. Not a single enemy ship remains in our waters." A murmur of grim satisfaction rippled through the hall. It died quickly. "And the missing?" Arnuk asked, the words heavy. The advisor's face tightened. "Princess Yu was last seen in the Spirit Oasis, before the Avatar's final stand. The oasis was found, violated. There are signs of a struggle. Of Fire Nation presence. And of something else. An energy discharge unlike anything we've seen. The walls were shattered from the inside." A collective shudder went through the room. The Spirit Oasis, defiled. And Katara? Sokka's voice cut through the silence, sharp with a fear he could no longer contain. The advisor looked at the young warrior with pity. No confirmed sightings since the height of the battle near the secondary gate. Some reports, they are conflicting. Some say they saw a girl in Water Tribe Blue being taken by Fire Nation soldiers in the chaos. Others say they saw a girl fleeing toward the docks with the enemy. Sokka slammed his fist on the table. "She wouldn't. She was fighting. She was with Aang." Aang flinched but didn't look up. His voice, when it came, was a whisper. "She was with me. In the oasis. Before Raya." All eyes turned to him. "Raya?" Pakka asked, his brow furrowed. "An ancient avatar," Aang said, still not meeting their gaze. "She came forward when the Princess Azula attacked the Moon Spirit. She stopped her. But then, there was someone else." Sokka leaned forward. "Who? Zuko?" Aang shook his head slowly. I was deep in the Avatar state. It's foggy. But I remember a feeling. A cold, focused presence. And Katara, she was scared. Not of the fire. Of something else." He finally looked up, his gray eyes haunted. "I felt her bend. Not at the Fire Nation. At me. Just for a second. To stop Raya's lightning. Then it all went dark." The admission hung in the air, chilling and incomprehensible. "Katara, attacking the Avatar?" "That's impossible," Sokka said, but his voice lacked conviction. He'd seen the look on Pakka's face when they discussed the prince's too convenient death. He'd voiced his own suspicion. What if he's not actually dead? Pakka stepped forward, his voice cutting through the growing unease. The Princess Azula. The architect of this invasion. What is her status? Missing, the advisor said. Presumed dead. Her flagship was among those destroyed in the Avatar's counterattack. No body has been recovered, but the violence in that sector was total. Presumed, Pakka echoed, his eyes narrowing. Just like Prince Zuko. Two master strategists, two heirs to the Fire Lord's malice, both vanishing in the same cataclysm. A little too neat, don't you think? Arnuk rubbed his temples. What are you suggesting, Master Pakku? That they conspired to fake their deaths together? They were rivals. The reports from the front said Zuko was arrested by Azula's own men for treason. Reports can be staged, Sokka interjected, his strategic mind latching onto Pakka's thread. Think about it. Zuko gets killed by his sister, making her look strong and a martyr. Then, in the final chaos, she disappears too. Now no one's looking for either of them. They could be anywhere, doing anything. To what end? Arnuk asked, exasperated. They lost. Their fleet is gone. Their invasion failed. Did it? Pakka's voice was like grinding ice. They broke our wall. They slaughtered our people. They entered the spirit oasis. And now our princess is gone, and your daughter, Sokka, is missing under circumstances that defy explanation. What did they really come here for? Not just conquest. Something specific. Before the grim speculation could deepen further, a commotion came from the hall's entrance. A scout, coated in fresh snow, hurried in, bowing hastily to the chief. Forgive the intrusion, Chief Arnuk. A messenger hawk. From the Earth Kingdom outpost at Black Seal Island. It carries news from the Fire Nation capital itself. He held out a small, sealed tube. Arnuk took it, broke the seal, and unfurled the tiny scroll within. As he read, the blood drained from his face. He read it again, his hands beginning to tremble. By the spirits, he breathed. What is it? Pakka demanded. Arnuk looked up, his eyes wide with a disbelief that overshadowed even the siege. The Fire Nation has a new Fire Lord. A stunned silence. The Fire Lord is dead? Sokka asked. No, Arnuk said, his voice shaky. Deposed. By his nephew. Prince Luten. Pakka's head snapped up. Luten? General Iroha's son? But he died at Ba Sing Se. Apparently not, Arnuk said, reading from the scroll. He returned. He publicly challenged the Fire Lord for the throne, accusing him of patricide and usurpation. He defeated him in an Agni Kai. He paused, swallowing hard. The report says he did not kill him. He stripped Ozai of his firebending. Temporarily. Gasps filled the hall. The concept was unheard of. Taking a life was one thing. Taking a bender's element was a violation of nature itself. There's more, Arnuk continued, his voice gaining strength as he relayed the impossible facts. His first decree as Fire Lord Luten is to end all offensive warfare. He has ordered the immediate recall of all Fire Nation military forces to their home borders. The war of conquest, is declared over. The news was a seismic shock, greater than any bombardment. The great, century-long engine of fear and violence, simply, switched off. By a ghost? It's a trick, a grizzled general growled. A ploy to lower our guard. Why? Pakka countered, his mind racing. They are defeated here. Their fleets are in tatters across the Earth Kingdom. To declare a universal retreat now is to admit weakness on a global scale. It would spark rebellions in every colony. It's not a tactical move. It's transformative. Or desperate, Sokka muttered. He looked at Aang, then at Paku. Think about the timing. Right after the invasion here fails, their leader is overthrown by a guy everyone thought was dead, who immediately calls everyone home. Something big is happening. Something that scared Ozai, that maybe even scared Azula and Zuko into disappearing. Paku stood up, his small frame tense. Lieutenant, he's Iroha's son. Iroha is a man of wisdom. Maybe his son is too. Maybe this is good. Or maybe, Sokka said, his voice low and grave, the Fire Nation has simply exchanged one kind of dragon for another. This lieutenant, who can take a man's fire, what is his fire made of? And what does he want, now that he's stopped the war? He looked around the hall, at the wounded, the grieving, the confused. We have won a battle. But we have lost our princess to the shadows. We have lost one of our own to mysteries we cannot fathom. And the enemy we thought we understood is shattered and reformed into something unknown before our very eyes. This is not peace. This is the eye of a new storm. He turned his gaze to the shattered wall, visible through the great archway. And I fear the winds are being gathered by phantoms we can no longer see. Chapter 10, Summer's End. The serenity of the spirit oasis felt like a lie. Aang sat at the water's edge, his legs crossed, but his posture was slumped. The gentle swirl of Tue and Law in their eternal dance did nothing to calm the storm inside him. The empty space beside him, where Katara should have been, was a physical ache. Her laughter, her fierce encouragement, her calming presence, all gone, swallowed by the chaos of that night. And you, the kind, serene princess who had shown him such grace, vanished from the very heart of her people's power. Everyone else was dealing with the aftermath, the bodies, the repairs, the terrifying political news from the Fire Nation. But Aang couldn't focus on strategy or treaties. He was drowning in a quieter, more personal horror, the memory of Katara's water wrapping around him, not to heal, but to stop him. The look in her eyes, glimpsed in a flash through Raya's vision, not anger, but a desperate, terrified protectiveness aimed at a shadowy figure behind him. He had to know. He had to see. He closed his eyes, trying to still his frantic breathing. He wasn't trying to reach the Avatar state. He was trying to reach out. Chief Arnuk had said Yu's spirit was uniquely strong, tied to the moon itself. If anyone's presence might linger here, or be traceable in the spirit world, it would be hers. Please, he whispered to the quiet air, to the spirits in the pool. Just a sign. Are they alive? Where are they? He focused on the memory of Yu's gentle smile, her moon-pale hair, the feeling of calm wisdom she carried. He let his own spirit reach out, a fragile tendril of consciousness seeking an echo in the void. The world did not so much fade as unfold. The scent of water and moss deepened, became rich and wild. The sound of the city vanished, replaced by a profound, living silence, broken by the calls of strange birds and the rustle of leaves that glittered with their own inner light. The ground beneath him was no longer ice, but soft, luminous moss. He was in the spirit world. Before him stood a man. He was tall and broad-shouldered, dressed in simple, dark water tribe furs, but they were styled with an antiquity Aang had never seen. His face was handsome but etched with a profound, weary sorrow, and his dark hair was pulled back with a large polar bear fur and head covering his face. His eyes, when they opened, were a piercing, sad gray. Avatar Kuruk. Aang scrambled to his feet, bowing instinctively. Avatar Kuruk. I didn't mean to summon you. I was looking for Princess Yu. Kuruk's expression softened slightly. The bonds of the heart often lead us to the guides we need, not the ones we seek. Stand, Aang. There is little time for ceremony. Aang straightened, his heart pounding. Kuruk's presence was immense, but it felt different from Raya's fierce, ancient power. This was a heavy, melancholic strength, the weight of a world carried by a man who had loved it too much. You are troubled, Kuruk stated. By the missing girls. By the betrayal you felt. Was it a betrayal? Aang's voice broke. Why would Katara do that? Who was she protecting? Kuruk looked past him, into the shimmering depths of the wilds. She was protecting the one who has them both. Prince Zuko. The confirmation, coming from the lips of an avatar, was a cold fist closing around Aang's heart. So, he's alive. He is, Kuruk said, his tone grave. His death was a ruse. He used the chaos of the siege to steal the spirit oasis water and take the princess of the moon. And he took your waterbender, not by force in that moment, but by a bond of confusion and desperation he has spent months forging. Aang felt a surge of anger, hot and cleansing. Then he's the enemy. He's the threat. We have to find him, we have to. Zuko is a threat, Kuruk interrupted, his voice like a wave cutting through Aang's fire. But he is not the threat. He is a piece on a board, Aang. A dangerous, clever, anomalous piece, but a piece nonetheless. An even greater darkness has been stirred. It has entered the world. The urgency in Kuruk's voice silenced Aang's protests. What darkness? A being of ancient hatred, imprisoned millennia ago by the combined efforts of the first avatars and the lion turtles. Its prison has weakened. A key has been turned. It now walks the physical world, gathering its strength, seeking the means to break its chains fully and unmake the balance we have sworn to protect. Kuruk stepped closer, his sorrowful eyes burning with intensity. The war you knew, the Fire Nation's war, is over. Lu Ten's peace, however fragile, has given you a gift you must not squander, time. You have no more excuses. The world's need has never been greater. He placed a heavy hand on Aang's shoulder. You must learn the 4 elements. Completely. Before the end of this summer. The end of summer? Aang gasped. That was only a few months away. It had taken years for past avatars. The great comet that fueled Sozin's first attacks, the comet they now call Sozin's Comet, will return by summer's end, Kuruk said, his voice dropping to a dire whisper. Its power does not just enhance fire. It amplifies all spiritual energy. They will make its move then, when the veil between worlds is thinnest and power is at its peak. You must be ready. You must be the avatar, fully realized, to face it. The weight of the mandate crushed down on Aang. Master all 4 elements in one season? It was impossible. But Katara, you, Zuko, will be where they are meant to be, Kuruk said, a strange certainty in his tone. The foreign soul within Zuko, the one called Victor Crane, has his own designs on this ancient threat. He seeks power not just to rule, but to confront this darkness on his own terms. He gathers tools, the spirit water, the moon princess, even your Katara, for a battle he knows is coming. Aang's mind reeled. Zuko/Victor was preparing for this upcoming battle on his own. So, he's fighting the same enemy? He is fighting for his own survival, Kuruk corrected. His plans are his own, built on knowledge he should not possess. They may succeed. They may fail. But we cannot rely on the machinations of a stolen soul. If his gambit fails, the fate of the world will fall, as it always must, to the Avatar. And only the Avatar. Kuruk's gaze was unwavering. The princess and the waterbender are pieces in his game, but he is not needlessly cruel to his tools. For now, they are safe. Your duty is not to chase phantoms across the ocean. Your duty is to become the mountain they will one day need to stand upon. Master Pakku will teach you water. Then you will go to the Earth Kingdom city of Omashu. A great earthbender awaits you there. You must learn. You must grow. Faster than any avatar before you. The spirit world around them began to shimmer, Kuruk's form growing translucent. The path is clear, Aang. Grieve your friend, but do not let guilt or fear paralyze you. Transform them into resolve. The world's summer is ending. And winter is bringing a cold older than ice. I'll do it, Aang said, his voice small but firming with a new, desperate determination. The childish hope was gone, burned away in the fires of the North Pole. What remained was the core of duty. I'll learn. I'll master the elements. Kuruk offered a final, grim nod of approval. Mastering the 4 elements takes years of experience and maturity you just do not have. What you need is learning them all, not mastering them. The luminous moss, the glittering leaves, the sorrowful face of Avatar Kuruk, all dissolved into a rush of sensation. Aang gasped, jerking forward, his hands landing on the cold, solid ice at the edge of the spirit oasis pool. He was back. The weight of the conversation pressed on him, a mantle of responsibility far heavier than his ceremonial robes. Zuko was alive. Katara and you were with him, prisoners in a game between a body thief and an ancient evil. And he, Aang, had a deadline for saving the world. He stood up, his legs shaky. He looked at the koi fish, circling in their silent, eternal dance. Their peace felt distant now, a memory of a simpler time. He turned and walked out of the oasis, his steps slow but deliberate. He found Sokka and Pakka near the command post, studying a map. Aang? Sokka said, seeing his face. What happened? You look like you've seen a ghost. I have, Aang said, his voice unnervingly calm. He looked at Master Pakku. You said you would teach me waterbending. Pakka's sharp eyes studied him. I did. I'm ready to continue it, now. Aang's gaze held a steel that hadn't been there before. And when I've learned all you can teach me, I need to go to Omashu. Sokka blinked. Omashu? Why? What's in Omashu? Bumi will teach me earthbending there, Aang said, echoing Kuruk's words. He looked at the shattered wall, then at the vast, uncertain world beyond. I have until the end of summer. For what? Sokka asked, confused. Aang met his friend's eyes, and for the first time, Sokka saw not just the fun-loving kid, but the Avatar, burdened with a terrifying knowledge. To be ready, Aang said simply. For the real war. Chapter 11, The Guru's Path. The Shadow's heart pushed through the black, placid depths of the Earth Kingdom's southern sea. In the map room, a smaller chamber adjacent to the bridge lit by the same eerie chemical lanterns, Zuko stood over a chart that was not of oceans, but of mountain ranges and ancient, forgotten flight paths. Lieutenant G and Sergeant Rin stood across the table from him, their faces etched with the fatigue of constant vigilance and the unease of sailing a stolen, nameless ship into unknown waters. Reyna of the Kyoshi warriors leaned against a bulkhead nearby, her presence silent but attentive. We have an addition destination to our current objective, Zuko announced, his finger tracing a line on the parchment away from the vast southeastern emptiness he'd previously indicated. It moved southeast, skirting the Earth Kingdom coast, aiming for a jagged cluster of peaks. This is the additional destination. The mountains surrounding the Eastern Air Temple. Rin scratched his stubbled chin. The Eastern Air Temple? It's a ruin, Prince Zuko. Picked clean by scavengers and haunted by sky bison, if the stories are true. There's nothing there. There's a man, Zuko said, his voice low and certain. A spiritual ascetic. A guru. He has lived in seclusion among those peaks for decades, perhaps longer. He is the only one alive, perhaps the only one in centuries, who understands the mechanics of certain, spiritual convergences. G's brow furrowed. A guru? For what purpose? Our mission was the lion turtle. The lion turtle is the source, Zuko explained, his gaze moving between them. The guru is the lockpick. And the princess you, he paused, his eyes glinting in the low light. Is the key. He let the cryptic statement hang, watching their confusion deepen. These were soldiers, pragmatists. They understood ships, weapons, loyalty. He was about to ask them to understand mythology. You followed me this far on faith, Zuko continued. On the promise that I am playing a game larger than thrones. It is time you understood the board. He leaned forward, his palms flat on the chart. Tell me, what do you know of the air nomads? Rin shrugged. Wiped out by Fire Lord Sozin. Pacifists. Lived in temples. They were the only nation comprised entirely of benders, Zuko pressed. Every single air nomad was an airbender. Why? G shifted. It was their culture. Their spirituality. Exactly, Zuko said, a spark in his eye. Their bending was an expression of their profound spiritual attunement. They lived in harmony with the world's energy in a way the other nations, obsessed with territory and power, forgot. They understood that bending isn't just a physical discipline. It is a spiritual contract. He began to pace slowly. Now, consider the Avatar. A being who can wield all four elements. A paradox. How did such a thing come to be? The spirits, Rhaena spoke for the first time, her voice calm. It is said the Avatar is the bridge between our world and the spirit world. A bridge is built, Zuko said, stopping to look at her. How? Let me tell you a story. Not a children's tale. A history, pulled from texts so old the fire sages keep them locked in vaults even they don't fully understand. He had their complete attention now. 10,000 years ago, there were no benders. Humans lived on the backs of lion turtles, who protected them and, when they ventured into the wild spirit-infested lands, loaned them the power of an element. It was temporary. A tool returned at the end of the hunt. One day, a young firebender, for that was the element his lion turtle granted, was banished. Cast out into the wilds forever. He survived, growing clever and strong. In his wanderings, he came upon a titanic battle. Two spirits of unimaginable power, locked in an eternal struggle. One of pure, radiant light. One of consuming darkness. They were not just spirits, they were primordial forces, order and chaos, creation and entropy. The very balance of the world. Zuko's voice took on a mesmerizing rhythm. The boy, trying to stop the destruction their fight was causing, did something reckless. He didn't know their nature. He used his borrowed fire in a way that separated them. Just for a moment. And in that moment, the dark spirit was temporarily subdued, but the light spirit was grievously wounded. The world, deprived of its guiding light, began to slide into shadow. The light spirit, whose name was Rava, saw in the boy not just courage, but a potential vessel. She convinced him to help her permanently imprison her counterpart, Vaatu. But to do this, they would need to travel the world, gathering strength. And the boy would need more than fire. Rin was leaning forward, captivated despite himself. So, the lion turtles? Yes, Zuko nodded. They pleaded with the other lion turtles. One by one, the boy would approach a lion turtle, and it would grant him its element. But there was a problem. A human soul, on its own, can only hold the imprint for one element. To use another, Rava had to hold it for him. She would pass through him, and in that instant, he could bend air. Then water. Then earth. That is where the Avatar cycle came from. The cycle moves in the way he learnt each of the elements. He was a conduit. She was the library of power. That's insane, G muttered, but his eyes were wide. During their final, cataclysmic battle with Vaatu, Zuko continued, his voice dropping, something went wrong. Or perhaps, something went exactly as it was meant to. The energies involved were too vast. The boy and Rava were not just working in tandem, they were fused. Permanently. Their souls woven together at the most fundamental level. And in that fusion, a new rule was written, the combined being could hold all the elements at once. Thus the first Avatar was born. Silence descended, thick and heavy. The hum of the ship seemed distant. So the Avatar, Rhaena said slowly, is a human and a light spirit, stuck together? Fused, Zuko corrected. A permanent synthesis. That is why the Avatar reincarnates. The human part dies, but the Rava part carries on, bonding with a new soul and a new nation, continuing the cycle. He let them digest it. Then he delivered the core of his plan. The lion turtles are still out there. Sleeping. And they still hold the primordial authority to grant bending. Not loan it. Grant it. Permanently. He looked at each of them. I intend to find one. And I will ask it to grant me a second element. G blinked. You want to be like the Avatar? No, Zuko said sharply. The Avatar is a fluke, a fusion-born hybrid. I am talking about a pure, granted addition. A second elemental imprint on my own human soul. Something theoretically impossible, but made possible by the original source of bending itself. But you said a human soul can only hold one. Rin protested. On its own, Zuko agreed. Which is where the guru, and the princess, come in. He turned back to the map, tapping the Eastern Air Temple. The guru understands soul mechanics. The fusion of spirits and mortals. He knows the rituals, the meditations, the precise spiritual alignments needed to prepare a vessel to accept a second elemental imprint without tearing itself apart. And the princess? Ji asked, dreading the answer. Princess Yu is not just a girl, Zuko said, his voice devoid of mercy. During her birth, she was given life by the moon spirit, Tue. She is a human soul fused with a primordial water spirit. A miniature, parallel version of the Avatar state, a stable, permanent human spirit fusion. He let the horrifying implication sink in. You want to fuse with her? Reyna asked, her painted mask of calm finally cracking with revulsion. No, Zuko said again, impatient. I want to transfer that spiritual essence to me to bolster my soul. To understand the architecture of a stable fusion. The guru will use that understanding, along with the purifying, life-giving properties of the spirit oasis water, to fortify my own spirit. To make it elastic enough. Receptive enough. Then, when the lion turtle grants me a second element, my soul will be able to hold it. I will become the first true dual bender in 10,000 years. Not a temporary wielder like the Unagi riders of Kyoshi. A true master of two elements. The ambition of it was so vast it left them breathless. It wasn't about a throne. It was about rewriting the laws of reality. And if it works? Ji whispered, a mix of awe and terror in his voice. Then, Zuko said, his golden eyes burning in the chemical glow, I will possess power no single human has ever wielded. I will be unique. A counterbalance. Not to the Avatar, but to the things that even the Avatar fears. With two elements, permanently mine, amplified by study and will. I will be the most powerful singular being on the planet. Save for the Avatar himself, and even then, it would be a contest. You're talking about becoming a god, Rin said, his voice hollow. I'm talking about having the tools to win a war that happens once every 10 millennia, Zuko countered coldly. The old spirits are stirring, Lieutenant. Something power and ancient has awakened, something powerful is coming. The Avatar is a child, racing against a comet. The world needs a second pillar. An unorthodox solution. I intend to be that pillar. He looked at their stunned faces. This is the real mission. The throne, the war, it was all noise. This is the signal. We sail for the Eastern Air Temple. We find the guru. We continue our preparations. Any questions? Ji found his voice first, the practical sailor wrestling with cosmic scale. This guru, you're sure he'll help? A hermit in an air temple? He will help, Zuko said, a dark certainty in his tone. Because he, like me, understands that the old rules are about to shatter. And he will want to see what happens when they do. Rin shook his head, a slow grin of sheer, bewildered admiration spreading across his face. Well, when you commit to a career change, you don't do it by halves, do you, Prince? Zuko allowed the faintest ghost of a smile. No, Sergeant. I do not. As they filed out, minds reeling with fire spirits and lion turtles and dual-bending princes, Zuko was left alone with the map. His finger rested on the Eastern Air Temple. The path was set. He would forge himself into a new kind of weapon. And when the ancient darkness made its move, the world would find it was not defended by a single, overburdened child, but by a phantom prince who had stolen fire from his own nation, water from the moon, and was now preparing to steal the very rules of the world from the gods themselves. Chapter 12, The Scout and the Shadow. 3 days later, the Shadow's heart lay dead in the water, her boilers banked to a whisper, hidden in the lee of a fog-shrouded chain of uninhabited, rocky islets off the northwestern Earth Kingdom coast. It was a place of dripping moss, crying seabirds, and absolute desolation, perfect for a ghost ship to briefly touch the world. On the main deck, under a sky the color of bruised lead, a small, utilitarian launch was being prepared. It was a sturdy, nondescript fishing skiff they'd acquired in a less-than-legal port call months ago, perfect for blending in. Zuko stood with Lieutenant G and Reyna near the gangway. Both were dressed not in uniform, but in worn, Earth Kingdom traveler's garb, sturdy greens and browns, practical cloaks, packs of supplies. They looked like a weathered merchant and his stern wife, which was precisely the point. "The charts," Zuko said, his voice low against the sigh of the surf on the nearby rocks. Chi handed over a sealed, oilskin tube. "All of them, Prince." The amalgamated course to the last known coordinates of the Lion Turtle. The tidal charts for the southeastern deep basin, everything. Lee has the duplicate set and knows the rendezvous. Zuko took the tube, his grip firm. 5 weeks. Kyoshi Island, Southern Cove, the one marked with the triple waterfall. We'll be waiting. If we're not there by the new moon of the 6th week, assume compromise and proceed to the secondary rally point at the Whaletail Island shallows. Reyna adjusted the strap of her pack, her Kyoshi warrior paint carefully absent, leaving only her sharp, observant features. "And if we are compromised, Prince? If the guru is not there, or is unwilling?" Zuko's gaze was flint. "The guru is there. His name is Puthik. He tends a grove of spiritual peaches that bloom once every 50 years in the high valleys. He will be found. As for unwilling," he paused, the unspoken options hanging in the damp air. "You are not going to force him. You are going to persuade him. Use the argument we discussed. The breaking of the old cycle. The need for new solutions. He is a man of deep spiritual insight, not a hermit hiding from the world. He will see the logic. If he does not," Zuko's jaw tightened. "Then you assess. Your primary mission is to make contact and extend the invitation. The secondary mission is to learn everything you can about his theories on spiritual fusion. If he cannot be brought to us, his knowledge must be." G nodded, his veteran's face grim. He understood the nuances. Understood. Contact, invitation, knowledge extraction. In that order. Zuko looked from G to Reyna. This was a risk. Splitting his core command. Sending 2 of his most reliable agents on a mission that relied on diplomacy and spiritual woo-woo, not tactics and steel. But he had no choice. He couldn't take the Shadow's heart anywhere near the Eastern Air Temple. Its silhouette was too unique, its energy signature, even muted, would be a beacon to anyone with the sight to see. And he couldn't go himself. Katara was a simmering pot of conflict, Azula a time bomb, Yu a silent, furious keystone. He was the only weight on the lid. "You're trusting us with the heart of the plan," Reyna stated, not as a question, but as an acknowledgement of the burden. "I am," Zuko said. "Because you understand what's at stake. This isn't a theft or an assassination. It's an enrollment. We're not seeking a weapon, we're seeking a teacher for the most advanced lesson in existence." He reached into his cloak and produced 2 small, flat objects. They were simple discs of polished jade, each engraved with a tiny, perfect lotus flower. If you need to send a message through Earth Kingdom channels, use these as seals. There are sympathizers in certain trading posts and tea houses who will recognize them and get a message to our networks. Use them only in extreme need. G took the tokens, tucking them securely into an inner pocket. "We'll be dark until Kyoshi." "Good." Zuko hesitated, a rare moment of something resembling uncertainty. The world above, you may hear things. About the new Fire Lord. About the peace. Do not engage. Do not confirm or deny anything about me or this ship. You are Earth Kingdom travelers, concerned with trade and weather, nothing more. We know the drill, Prince, G said, a faint smile touching his lips. I've previous experience with the assignment. That's what worries me, Zuko shot back, but the tension broke for a moment. The launch was ready, bobbing gently against the black hull of the corvette. Rin stood by the davits, giving the lines a final check. Sergeant, Zuko said, turning to him. You have command of tactical operations in G's absence. Lee has navigation and the ship. You have the security of our guests. I expect daily reports. Any change in Azula's condition, any attempt by you to communicate or resist, any sign of strain from Katara, you report it directly to me. No one enters those rooms without my explicit order. Is that clear? Crystal, sire, Rin said, snapping a crisp salute. The ghosts will be kept in their boxes. With final nods, G and Reyna climbed down the rope ladder into the waiting skiff. Rin and a deckhand began to lower it the rest of the way to the water. The fog swirled, eager to swallow the small craft. Zuko stood at the rail, watching as G hauled up the simple sail, a patchwork of earthy colors that would not attract a second glance. Reyna took the tiller. With a soft creak of wood and a faint snap of cloth, the skiff caught the weak, offshore breeze and began to move, slipping into the gray veil. In moments, they were gone. Nothing remained but the lap of water and the distant cry of a gull. Zuko stood there for a long time after the fog had swallowed them. The weight of isolation, always present, grew heavier. Iroh was in a capital now ruled by a mysterious cousin. His two most grounded officers were sailing into myth. He was left with a genius engineer prone to panic, a fierce but unsubtle sergeant, a crew of loyal but superstitious sailors, and three young women who each, in their own way, held a piece of his destiny hostage. He turned from the rail. The ship felt larger, emptier. Rin, he said, his voice echoing slightly in the sudden quiet. Sire? Set a course for the deep southeastern basin. Slow and silent. We have a turtle to find. As Rin barked orders and the ship's hidden engines began their deep, rhythmic thump once more, Zuko walked back inside. The corridor felt like a throat leading down into the belly of a beast. His beast. He had set his pieces in motion. The scout was away to find the teacher. The shadow was sailing to find the source. All that was left was to manage the volatile elements already in his hold. And to prepare his own spirit for the impossible gift he intended to demand. He stopped outside the door to his quarters. From within, he could hear the soft, shuffling sounds of Katara moving about. He raised his hand to the wheel lock, then paused. The confession to Azula, the splitting of his team, the immense, silent pressure of the plan, it all coalesced into a sudden, intense need for the one connection that was not based on strategy, rivalry, or spiritual calculus. However fraught, however wrong, it was real. He took a deep breath, smoothed the tension from his face, and opened the door. The next phase had begun. Chapter 13, The Crucible of Flame. A week into the journey towards the southeastern emptiness, the Shadow's heart had settled into a tense, humming routine. The absence of G and Reyna was palpable, a quiet space filled by the more anxious energy of Ensign Lee and the boisterous vigilance of Sergeant Rin. The ship moved like a deep-sea predator, silent and patient, but the crew needed an outlet. Stagnation bred fear, and fear bred mistakes. On the main deck, under a sky of seamless gray cloud that turned the morning light into a dull, directionless glare, Zuko provided that outlet. He stood in the center of a wide, cleared space, barefoot and shirtless despite the cool, damp air. Sweat already gleamed on the planes of his chest and back, tracing the lines of old scars and hard muscle. His breathing was steady, visible in faint plumes. Across from him, 5 firebenders from the crew stood in a loose semicircle. They were not raw recruits, they were veterans of the Siege of the North, men who had followed Lieutenant Commander G into treason for reasons of their own, loyalty, disillusionment, or the chilling charisma of the Phantom Prince. They wore simple training GI, their expressions a mix of determination and acute nervousness. This was not a drill. It was a crucible. The objective is not to win, Zuko's voice carried, flat and clear over the low hum of the ship. You cannot win. The objective is to not be knocked unconscious in the first 10 seconds. Begin. No bow. No signal. He simply settled into his stance, a deceptively relaxed posture, weight balanced on the balls of his feet. The 5 benders exchanged a glance, then moved as one. They were trained to fight in unison, a relic of Fire Nation military doctrine. 2 on the left shot synchronized jets of orange flame, aiming low to sweep his legs. 2 on the right launched higher, arcing strikes to pin his upper body. The 5th, in the center, charged forward, his fists wreathed in fire, the close-quarters hammer. Zuko didn't retreat. He flowed. He dropped his center of gravity, not into a crouch, but a spinning slide. The low jets passed over his head as he went under them. His left hand came up in a sharp, outward parry, a compact shield of concentrated fire no larger than a buckler, deflecting the first high arc with a crack hiss. The momentum of his spin carried him into the path of the charging bender. He didn't meet the fire-wreathed fists. He intercepted the man's leading wrist with a knife hand strike, his fingers tipped not with fire, but with a burst of concussive heat that numbed the limb. At the same time, his right leg hooked behind the man's forward knee. A pull, a twist, and the bender was crashing to the deck, his own charge used against him. 2 seconds. The remaining 4 regrouped, abandoning perfect unison for adaptive aggression. 1, a broad-shouldered man with a burn along his jaw, bellowed and stomped the deck. A wave of fire, not a jet, rolled outward from his foot, wide and punishing, meant to drive Zuko back. Another, younger and faster, darted to the side, sending a rapid volley of hummingbird-quick fire daggers towards Zuko's flank. Zuko met the rolling wave not by jumping, but by cutting. He brought both hands down in a scissoring motion, a blade of pure white-hot flame shearing through the center of the oncoming wave, parting it like a curtain. He stepped through the gap as the separated flames dissipated harmlessly to either side. The fire daggers from the flank arrived. He didn't block them all. He turned his body, taking one on the meat of his shoulder, a searing sting he ignored and used the motion to pivot fully towards the dagger thrower. His own hand shot out, fingers splayed. Not a blast, but a rope. A thin, whip-like strand of crimson fire, hotter and denser than the crewman's, lashed out and wrapped around the younger bender's ankle. A sharp yank, and the man was on his back, the air knocked from his lungs. 5 seconds. 3 left. They were smarter now, spreading out, trying to surround him. The broad-shouldered man and the 2 others began a continuous, suppressive barrage, not aiming to hit, but to herd, to restrict his movement, to force him into a mistake. Zuko stopped trying to evade. He stood his ground in the center of the storm. He became a vortex. His arms moved in wide, impossibly fast circles, not defensive, but assimilative. The incoming fire, instead of striking him, was caught in the whirlwind of his own bending. He didn't extinguish it, he took its energy, its direction, and added it to his own. The maelstrom around him grew, a roaring, swirling cylinder of stolen and personal flame, gold and orange and white, the heat so intense the metal deck plates began to glow a dull red at his feet. The 3 benders stared, their barrage faltering, stunned by the display of raw control. With a final, thunderous clap of his hands, Zuko ended it. The fiery vortex didn't explode outward. It condensed. It compressed into 3 distinct, shimmering orbs of flame, each no larger than an apple, hovering above his palms and between his chest. With a flick of his wrists, he sent them shooting forward, not at the men, but at the deck in front of their feet. Whump! 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 The orbs struck the metal and detonated in perfectly controlled concussive bursts. No shrapnel, no lingering flame. Just 3 deafening thuds of superheated air and force. The shockwaves hit the three benders like physical walls. They were lifted off their feet and thrown backwards, landing in groaning heaps just outside the scorched ring that marked the sparring area. 10 seconds. Silence, broken only by the pained gasps of the 5 crewmen and the soft, sizzling cool of the deck plates. Zuko stood amidst the minor wreckage, his chest rising and falling steadily, tendrils of smoke curling from his skin. He looked at each of them in turn, his golden gaze assessing, not triumphant. "You relied on doctrine," he said, his voice cutting the quiet. "You attacked as a unit, expecting a unit's response. I am not a unit. I am a singularity." He walked over to the first man he tripped, offering a hand. "You, Charger. Your commitment was good. Your awareness was not. You saw your brother's fire and assumed it would create an opening. It created a pattern. I read the pattern." He hauled the man up. "You, Wavemaker." He nodded to the broad-shouldered bender who was shakily getting to his knees. "Power without precision is just noise. Your wave told me exactly where you were and what you do next. A narrower, faster jet would have forced me to move, not cut." He turned to the rest. "You are thinking like soldiers of the Fire Nation army. You are not that anymore. You are crew of the Shadow's heart. Your enemy will not fight with honor or doctrine. They will fight with tricks, with spirits, with things you cannot comprehend. You must learn to see not the fire, but the intent behind it. To bend not just the flame, but the space around it. To be unpredictable." He picked up his shirt, wiping the sweat from his face. "Rin, see they get to the medic for burns. Then everyone, double shifts on stealth drills. I want this ship to be a sigh in the dark." As the defeated but thoughtful benders were helped away, Ensign Lee appeared from the bridge hatch, his spectacles glinting. He carried a slip of paper. "Prince Zuko," he said, his voice hushed with the importance of a report not shouted across decks. "We've made excellent time with the currents. Navigational fixes confirm we will be in visual range of the Western Earth Kingdom coast by nightfall. We can make landfall under cover of darkness at the coast you specified." Zuko pulled his shirt on. "The village?" "A small fishing and mining settlement called Garsai. Isolated. No Earth Kingdom military presence. Our contact there has confirmed the narrative. The Beifong family in jailing has been informed by diplomatic channels from Ba Sing Se that a cultural envoy will be passing through the region, seeking an audience to discuss trade routes in the new political climate. Our disguises as minor Ba Sing Se bureaucrats and their escorts are prepared and will be flawless." A faint, cold smile touched Zuko's lips. The pieces were moving. "Good. Have the appropriate garments laid out in my quarters. We disembark at midnight. May I ask, Prince," Lee ventured, adjusting his glasses, "the strategic value of this detour? The Beifong family is powerful, yes, but with the war ending, their influence is primarily economic. Are we seeking funding? Safe passage?" Zuko looked out at the gray horizon, towards the invisible coast. "We are seeking a weapon, Ensign. Not one made of metal or fire. A living one. The Beifongs have something unique in their possession. A resource they don't fully appreciate. I intend to recruit it." Lee blinked, confused but obedient. "A weapon, sire?" "The most prodigious earthbender of this or perhaps any generation," Zuko said, the words deliberate. "A mind and a talent currently wasting away in a gilded cage, treated as a fragile secret. She doesn't need a cage. She needs a horizon. And we need her power." He left Lee to ponder the cryptic she and made his way below. The smell of smoke and sweat was replaced by the warmer, more domestic scent of spiced stew. On a small, bolted-down table in a relatively quiet corner of the crew's mess, a space he'd tacitly designated for quieter meals, Katara was eating. She wore the simple, dark clothes that were now hers, her hair in its practical braid. She ate with a focused determination, as if each bite were a task to be completed. She looked up as he approached, her eyes flicking over his damp hair, the fresh redness on his shoulder where the fire dagger had struck. She said nothing, returning to her stew. He sat across from her, a crewman immediately placing a bowl in front of him. The silence was now familiar, a landscape they both navigated with care since the infirmary revelations. After a few minutes, she spoke, not looking at him. The ship's rhythm changed. We're slowing. Turning. Perceptive, he said, taking a drink of water. Are we there? At your lion turtle? No. We have a stop to make first. We make landfall tonight. That made her look up, a flicker of wary interest in her blue eyes. Landfall? Where? The Earth Kingdom. A small village. From there, we travel inland to a city called Goling. Goling? The name meant nothing to her. Why? To recruit an Earthbender. Katara set her spoon down. Recruit? You mean kidnap, like you did with you? Like you did with me? This will be different, he said, meeting her gaze. This one is already in a cage. I'm offering a door. What makes you think she'll walk through your door? Because the cage is made of silk and pity, and the world outside is made of earth and sky, he said, a strange certainty in his voice. And because I will offer her a fight worthy of her talent. She? Katara caught the pronoun, her eyes narrowing. Who is she? That, Zuko said, finishing his water, is something you'll see for yourself. If she agrees to come, you'll be spending a lot of time with her. You might even like her. She has a certain bluntness you might appreciate. He stood, the conversation clearly over. Get some rest. We move at midnight. Where the Earth Kingdom clothes laid out for you. You're part of the diplomatic entourage now. Try to look bureaucratically bored. He walked away, leaving Katara staring after him, her stew forgotten. An Earthbender. A prodigious one. From the powerful Beifong family. He wasn't just chasing spirits and ancient turtles. He was building a team. A terrifying, impossible team of the world's most powerful and broken pieces. And against her will, against every moral fiber she possessed, she felt a shudder of grim anticipation. Who, in all the Earth Kingdom, could possibly merit this kind of pursuit from the Phantom Prince? Chapter 14, The Veil of Earth. The ship had become a world of its own, a world of humming metal, whispered conspiracies, and the silent, terrible proximity of past and future. But that world was about to end. Tonight, they would step back into the one of wind, dirt, and open sky. In the prince's quarters, the air was thick with unspoken things and the quiet rustle of preparation. Katara stood by the viewing port, watching the dark water stream past. She wore a simple sleeveless undershirt and trousers, her arms crossed. Behind her, Zuko was laying out garments on the bunk, rich, heavy fabrics in deep greens, browns, and ochres, embroidered with subtle geometric patterns. The clothes of Earth Kingdom minor nobility, crafted from memory and description by the ship's anxious tailor. You haven't mentioned her once. Her voice was quiet, but it cut through the room's focused silence. Zuko's hands, smoothing a wrinkle from a jade-colored overrobe, paused for a fraction of a second. Who? He asked, though he knew. Azula. He resumed his task, his back to her. There was nothing to mention. Her condition was stable. The healer's reports were routine. You did your best. Stable isn't healed, Katara said, turning to face him. And routine doesn't explain why she vanished from the infirmary in the middle of the night 5 days ago. One guard found slumped by a steam vent, the other with no memory of the past hour. That's not routine. That's her. Zuko finally turned. He looked tired, but his gaze was clear. I know it was her. Then why aren't you turning the ship inside out? She's a prisoner. A dangerous one. She was a prisoner, Zuko corrected, his voice calm. Now she's a variable I've released back into the equation. Katara stared at him, baffled. You let her go? I didn't chain her to the bedpost, Katara. The guards were to protect her from others, and others from her. Not to keep her if she decided to leave. He walked to the small washstand, pouring water. I told her what I intended. I showed her the path. The choice to walk it had to be hers. You told her you wanted her to be your queen, Katara said, the words still foreign and bitter on her tongue. And you just let her walk away? He turned, leaning against the dresser, studying her. The vulnerability from the night of her breakdown was gone, replaced by this, a sharp, observant tension, a need to understand the machinery of his mind. He found he preferred it. I didn't let a queen walk away, he said. I let a wounded dragon fly off to lick its wounds and remember it's a dragon. Azula doesn't respond to leashes. She chews through them and uses the pieces as weapons. She responds to challenge. To possibility. To being seen not as a broken thing, but as a power that simply needs redirection. He took a step closer. If I had kept her locked up, she would have spent every waking moment planning to kill me, you, and everyone on this ship, and she might have succeeded. By letting her go, I gave her a larger problem to solve, herself. And the future I offered. Katara shook her head, a frustrated gesture. You're gambling with a lightning bolt. I'm conducting one, he replied. And I know the material. She will come back. Not as a prisoner. Not as a supplicant. But as Azula. And that is what I need. You sound so sure, Katara whispered, a complex knot of jealousy and fear in her chest. He spoke of Azula with a certainty and intimate understanding of her core nature that he never used when speaking of anyone else. It was the bond she could never touch, the history she could never share. I am, he said, simply. Then his expression softened, just a shade. You're worried about her arm. The shift disarmed her. She was braced for a strategic debate, not for him to see the healer's concern beneath the anger. It wasn't fully healed. The spirit water and I, we stitched the life back into it, guided the chi away from total necrosis. But the nerves, the fine control, it will be a crippled limb for a while. She will need to let it rest for a while. A dead weight. For a firebender who relied on perfect, precise forms. It's an arm that can hold a cup. That can dress herself. That will not poison her blood and kill her, Zuko said. Because of you. The spirit water was the miracle. Your bending was the skill that applied it. She lives, and she is whole enough to make her own choices again, because of what you did in that room. He closed the final distance between them. He didn't touch her, but his presence was a palpable warmth. You healed the girl who took your mother from you. You looked into the heart of your own nightmare and chose to mend it. That is a strength I have never possessed. His honesty was a weapon for which she had no defense. The anger bled away, leaving a raw, aching confusion. She looked down at her hands, the hands that had fought his soldiers, that had touched his face, that had poured healing energy into his sister's ruined flesh. I didn't do it for her, she said, her voice thick. I know. He did touch her then. One hand came up, his fingers brushing a loose strand of hair from her temple, tucking it behind her ear. The callous pad of his thumb traced the line of her cheekbone. It was not the claiming kiss from before, nor the desperate clutch of her grief. It was a gesture of profound, unsettling familiarity. She leaned into it, just slightly, closing her eyes. For a moment, in the humming dark of the metal tomb, they were just two people, bound by choices that had isolated them from everyone else in the world. Get dressed, he murmured, his thumb stroking her cheek once more before dropping his hand. The world awaits. The clothes transformed them. Zuko became a different man. The dark, simple tunics of the Phantom Prince were gone. He wore layers of finely woven hemp and silk, dark brown trousers tucked into polished leather boots, a green tunic with a high collar, and over it all, the long, jade-colored overrobe, fastened with a simple but elegant bronze clasp. He looked older, authoritative but not overtly military. A scholar administrator from Ba Sing Se, perhaps, or a wealthy land assessor. He pulled his hair back into a severe, neat topknot, secured with a dark wood pin. The scar was stark against his face, a mark that his new identity would simply have to explain away. Katara's transformation was more internal. The servant's dress they had for her was not the rough homespun of a deckhand, but a sturdy, well-made gown of muted russet, with a practical gray overtunic. It was plain, but not poor. It made her feel invisible in a new way, not a prisoner, not a treasure, but part of the background machinery of a noble's travel. She brushed her hair out and rebraided it in a simple, functional style down her back. Looking in the small mirror, she saw a serious, capable Earth Kingdom girl. She saw no trace of the Water Tribe princess or the Fire Lord's muse. Zuko looked her over, his head tilted. "Good. You look like someone who knows where the baggage is and isn't afraid to say so. Remember, you are Lee, my personal attendant. You speak when spoken to, you are observant but not curious. You know nothing of fire, or water, or spirits. You know about travel schedules, clean linen, and my apparent dislike of shellfish." A ghost of a smile touched her lips. "And what is your name, my lord?" He met her eyes. "Lee. A profoundly common name for a man with an uncommon face. It invites no further questions. Simplicity is the best disguise." There was a soft knock. Ensign Lee's voice, strained with navigational anxiety, came through the door. "Prince, sir. The launch is ready. The village is dark. We have a green light from the shore." Zuko took a final, deep breath, shedding the last of the ship's atmosphere. He picked up a rolled leather case containing their diplomatic papers. He looked at Katara, and for a fleeting second, the mask of Lord Lee slipped, and she saw the fierce, calculating focus of Prince Zuko. "Stay close. Watch everything. Say nothing unless you have to." Then he opened the door, and Lord Lee of Ba Sing Se stepped into the corridor, his attendant Lee a silent step behind. The launch to shore was a tense, silent affair. The black skiff, now with an Earth Kingdom sail, cut through the placid, inky water. The Shadow's heart was already a fading shadow against the darker sea behind them. Ahead, a few pinpricks of light resolved into the vague shapes of buildings clinging to a rocky shoreline. The village of Garsai was not so much a town as a stubborn scab on the coast. It was a place of functional noise and smell even in the dead of night. As they drew closer, the tang of salted fish, the acrid bite of coal smoke from the small inland mine, and the damp, rotting scent of the tidal flats filled the air. The buildings were a haphazard mix of weathered wood and rough stone, built on stilts over the water or dug into the rocky hillside. Nets hung like giant, discarded spiderwebs. The only signs of life were the bobbing lanterns on a few late fishing boats and the dull glow from the windows of a low, long building that was likely a communal hall or tavern. Their skiff slid smoothly into a neglected dock at the far end of the village, away from the main fishing piers. A single figure waited, hooded, holding a shuttered lantern. As they tied off, the figure lifted the lantern. It was an older woman with a face like worn leather, her eyes sharp in the dim light. "Fog's thick tonight," she said, her voice a gravelly whisper. "Bad for fishing. Good for lost travelers." "The moon will find its path," Zuko replied, the coded response smooth and immediate. The woman nodded, satisfied. "Your rooms are at the Stone Crab. Back room, stairs in the back. Your land transport will be ready within the hour. A cart. Driver knows the way to Jailing. Asks no questions." Her eyes flicked to Katara, then back to Zuko. "Keep the girl quiet. Miners here are rough, and strangers are rare. They notice." With that, she turned and melted into the shadows between two shacks. They moved quickly, following her directions. The Stone Crab was the long, low building with the glowing windows. The sound of rough laughter and the clink of stone mugs spilled out as they passed the main door. They found the narrow alley along the side, a rickety external staircase leading to a second-floor door. The room was exactly as promised, small, clean, and utterly anonymous. Two narrow cots, a washstand, a single small window looking out over the sloped, dark roof of the adjacent smithy. The air smelled of old straw, sea salt, and smoke. Zuko bolted the door behind them. He placed the leather case on the lone table and walked to the window, peering out through a crack in the shutters. His posture was still that of Lord Li, but his eyes were scanning, assessing threats, mapping exits. Katara stood in the center of the room, the reality of it crashing down. They were here. On land. In the Earth Kingdom. The hum of the ship was gone, replaced by the distant crash of waves, the murmur of village life, and the overwhelming, pressing ordinariness of it all. She was a world away from the ice of her home and the fire of her captivity. She was in the earth now. And in a few hours, they would be moving deeper into it, toward a girl in a gilded cage in jailing, and whatever destiny the Phantom Prince had woven for them all. She looked at Zuko's back, silhouetted against the sliver of night sky in the window. The lovey-dovey closeness from the ship was gone, burned away by the cold air of operational reality. What remained was the bond, forged in confession and conflict, tested by healing and betrayal. It was the only solid thing in the shifting world. He turned from the window, his face unreadable in the dark room. "Get some sleep, Lee," he said, the false name a reminder of the roles they played. "We move at midnight." But as she lay on the thin cot, listening to his quiet, alert breathing from across the room, she knew sleep was impossible. The journey on the water was over. The journey on the land had just begun. Chapter 15, The Road to Jailing. Midnight in Garsai was a deeper quiet, the raucous noise of the miners and fishermen having finally succumbed to exhaustion and cheap rice wine. In the pre-dawn blackness, when the world held its breath, their party assembled behind the stone crab. The cart was exactly as promised, a sturdy, enclosed wagon used for hauling ore or supplies, now cleaned out and fitted with 2 rough benches. 2 bored-looking mules were hitched to it. Their driver was a grizzled old man with a face like a clenched fist who merely grunted when Zuko/Lord Li approached him. The exchange of coins was silent and efficient. Their escort was their own. Sergeant Rin and 2 other firebenders, also disguised in Earth Kingdom greens and browns as hired guards, their weapons hidden in bundles of canvas. Ensign Li, vibrating with nervous energy, clutched a leather-bound ledger like a shield, every inch the fastidious bureaucrat's assistant. 4 Kyoshi warriors, led by Meika, completed the party, dressed as stern, practical female wardens or traveling mediators, their makeup and iconic armor left on the ship, their war fans concealed in their packs. Zuko gave a last, slow scan of the alley, then nodded. They moved. Katara/Lee climbed into the cart after him, taking a seat on the hard bench opposite. Rin and the 2 guards took positions walking ahead and behind the wagon. The Kyoshi warriors melted into the shadows on either side, their movements silent. Ensign Li scrambled up beside the driver, claiming he needed to monitor the route for logistical discrepancies. With a creak of wood and a jangle of harness, the cart lurched forward, rolling out of the alley and onto the rough coastal track that wound inland, away from the sighing sea and into the waiting hills. Inside the cart, the world was dark and jolting. Slivers of pre-moonlight cut through the canvas flaps. Zuko sat perfectly still, his eyes closed, but Katara knew he wasn't sleeping. He was listening, filtering the sounds of the night, the crunch of gravel under the wheels, the call of a night bird, the distant murmur of Rin and the Lee guard up ahead. He was a coiled spring in fine silk robes. She watched him, this Phantom Prince playing land assessor. The scar was a brutal contrast to the soft, earthy colors he wore. In the close, dark space, the heat of him was palpable, a banked furnace. The lovey-dovey closeness from the ship felt like a dream from another lifetime. Here, on the hard road, they were master and servant, captor and, what was she now? Comrade? Confidant? A kept healer? The labels all felt wrong. He opened one eye, a sliver of gold in the dark, catching her stare. You should rest. The road to jailing is long, and the hills are unforgiving. I'm not tired. I already slept in the inn, remember, she said, which was mostly true. Her mind was a whirlwind. Then be quiet, he said, not unkindly, and closed his eye again. And listen. The Earth Kingdom has its own music. Learn it. So she listened. To the cart's complaints. To the driver's occasional, mumbled curses at the mules. To the steady, marching tread of Rin's boots ahead. And, as the sky began to lighten from black to a deep, bruised blue, she heard the conversation floating back from the front of the wagon, where Ensign Lee had finally begun to chatter at Sergeant Rin, his voice a rapid, anxious counterpoint to the older man's low grumbles. And the tertiary pass, according to the pre-war trade maps, should theoretically shave off 4.7 hours of travel, but the risk of banditry increases exponentially in such topographical choke points, which is why I advise the driver, a local, whose cognitive map is undoubtedly superior to our cartographic abstraction, to take the primary ridge route, even with its 17-degree average incline. Lee, Rin's voice, gravelly with lack of sleep, cut in. Breathe. And for Agni's sake, lower your voice. We're supposed to be guards, not a traveling university. Apologies, Sergeant. I am merely anticipatorily activated. The logistical parameters of this land-based insertion are one thing, but the personal vector is. Lee's voice actually squeaked a little. Hinero will be in jailing. Rin chuckled. The wife. Right. The one you married on Kyoshi Island and haven't seen since Crescent Island. What's it been, a few weeks? You sure she'll remember your face? The solstice was impactful, Lee said, defensively. And we have exchanged 12 hawks. Her last missive indicated a reciprocity to my acknowledgement of her absence besides me. I believe we have an intellectual synergy. Intellectual synergy, Rin repeated, deadpan. Right. Sounds romantic. I got together to a girl who tried to cave my skull in with a rock 2 days before. Now that's a foundation. Inside the cart, Katara's eyes widened. She saw Zuko's lips twitch, almost a smile. You and the colony girl? Lee asked, curiosity overriding his anxiety. But that was a political union mandated by the prince. A gesture to secure your legacy. You had no prior emotional data. Sometimes data arrives fast and hits hard, Rin said, a rare reflective note in his voice. She's got a temper like a badger mole and thinks my jokes are idiotic. But she's honest. Fight's fair. And she didn't flinch when she found out what we really were. There's a bond. Stranger things have happened, Lee. A lot stranger. A comfortable silence fell for a few minutes, filled only by the clop of hooves and the groan of axles. Then Lee's voice returned, lower, more confidential. Speaking of stranger things, the prince. The women. Rin grunted. Don't start, scholar. No, hear me out. Statistically and socially, it's an anomaly cluster. There's Princess Azula, a direct familial relation, which violates every social normative code in the Fire Nation, even the tacit ones. There's the Water Tribe girl, Katara, whose relationship dynamic appears to be a fluctuating spectrum of coercion, dependency, and something else I cannot yet categorize. And there's Suki, leader of the Kyoshi warriors, to whom he is also bound by a pending political arrangement as part of the annexation of Kyoshi and who, according to Reina's briefs, he has been anticipating for weeks. He's a prince, Rin said, as if that explained everything. It's more than that. Lee insisted, his whisper fervent. He collects them. Not just as political pieces. He understands them. Azula's genius and rage. Katara's morality and power. Suki's discipline and loyalty. He sees the precise shape of their strength and how it fits into his design. It's terrifyingly efficient. Also a good way to get your throat slit in your sleep, Rin muttered. But point taken. And the knowledge, Rin. Lee's voice dropped to a hush so low Katara had to strain to hear. The spirit oasis. The lion turtles. The origin of the Avatar. The things he told us in the map room, the fire sages would burn their own libraries if they contained half of that. How does he know? He speaks of 10,000-year-old spirits like they're historical figures he's met. He didn't just study, it's like he remembers. This time, Rin's silence was longer, heavier. When he spoke, all humor was gone from his voice, replaced by the hard certainty of a soldier who has assessed a battlefield and knows his odds. That's the thing you need to square in your clever head, Lee. Don't try to figure out how he knows. Just accept that he does. And then realize that making an enemy of a man who knows things nobody should, who plays with spirits and princesses like they're pie show tiles, and who can look at you and see exactly what you're useful for, is a death sentence, Lee finished, his voice small. Worse, Rin corrected, the grim truth settling in the dawn air. It's a guarantee that you'll lose, and you won't even understand the game you were playing. There was another pause, the camaraderie of shared, bewildered loyalty settling over them. Remember Crescent Island? Lee whispered, even quieter now. The solstice? A low, dark chuckle from Rin. How could I forget? You and I, on night watch, hearing the discussion from the prince's quarters. Then the next morning, seeing her slink out before dawn, looking like she both won a war and lost her favorite dagger. And then 3 days later, Lee continued, when we made that joke about royal family traditions in the mess hall, he was just there. His very serious words. The way he just looked at us. That look. I pissed myself. A little, Rin admitted without shame. He didn't shout. Didn't threaten. Just said, that conversation never happened. Your memories of that night are of a quiet watch. And you know what? They are. Mostly. The point was made. Some lines, you don't even toe. You don't look at the ground they're drawn on. Precisely. Lee hissed. He enforces a perimeter around his private affairs with the same strategic intensity he uses for military objectives. It is a definitive, non-negotiable boundary. Which circles back to my original anomalous cluster. He has gathered these formidable, contradictory women inside that perimeter. He is building a court, Rin. Not in a palace. In the shadows. And we are the guards at the gate of a castle nobody else can see. The cart hit a deep rut, jolting everyone. The conversation halted. As the wagon righted itself and the mules plodded on, the first true rays of dawn began to paint the eastern hills in gold and orange. The rocky coastal scrub was giving way to tougher, rolling grasslands, dotted with hardy shrubs. The road to Jailing stretched ahead, long and dusty. Inside the cart, Zuko finally opened both eyes. He looked at Katara, who was staring at him, having heard every shocking, confirming word. The analysis of her as a fluctuating spectrum. The confirmation of Azula. The sheer, terrified awe in which his own men held him. He didn't look away. He held her gaze in the dim light, his expression unreadable. He had heard his own myth dissected by his followers, and he had neither confirmed nor denied it. He simply was. He reached into a small pack at his feet and pulled out a worn parchment, a fake land deed for Lord Lee. He began to study it, the act a clear dismissal. The conversation was over. The road was ahead. But the words hung in the air, mingling with the dust of the trail. Death sentence. Castle nobody else can see. Katara looked away, out through the canvas flap at the waking Earth Kingdom. She was inside the perimeter. She was part of the anomalous cluster. And as the cart carried her deeper into the earth, she wondered, with a chill that had nothing to do with the morning air, what it truly meant to be a pillar in a phantom prince's invisible court. Chapter 16, The Perimeter of Truth. The day's journey was a slow, dusty immersion into the bones of the Earth Kingdom. The rocky coastal hills gave way to rolling, golden grasslands under a vast, open sky. The air, no longer salted by the sea, carried the dry, clean scent of sun-baked earth and distant pine. The cart's rhythmic creak and jolt became the world's only music, a monotonous backdrop to the whirlwind inside Katara's mind. The conversation between Rin and Lee had peeled back a layer she hadn't fully considered. She had been a prisoner, then a healer, then a whatever she was now. But to his men, she was a data point in an anomaly cluster. A piece in the terrifyingly efficient design of a prince who knew too much. Their awestruck fear was a mirror held up to her own deepest suspicions, and the reflection was unsettling. Zuko/Lee spent the hours in a silence that felt more like a suspended state of alertness than rest. He watched the landscape, occasionally pointing out a distant rock formation or a change in the vegetation to the driver, his voice that of a mildly interested bureaucrat. He was lordly perfectly, and the performance was seamless. It wasn't until they stopped at midday by a shallow, rocky creek to water the mules that the tension between them found its voice. The guards and Kyoshi warriors fanned out to keep watch. Rin prodded the driver into sharing a story about local bandits. Lee was fussing with his ledger under a stunted tree. Katara walked a short way from the group, kneeling by the creek to splash water on her face. Zuko followed, standing a few feet behind her, his posture still that of the master, ensuring his servant didn't wander off. "They're afraid of you," she said, not turning around, her voice low. The water was cool on her skin. "Good," he replied, his tone neutral. "Fear is a reliable motivator in the short term. It's not just fear. It's awe. They think you're something more than a prince." She finally looked over her shoulder at him. The sun was high, bleaching the color from the sky and etching the lines of his scar in sharp relief. "They were talking about Crescent Island. About hearing you in Azula. About how you just looked at them and they forgot." His expression didn't change. "Discipline and discretion are the foundations of any command." "That's not what I mean." She stood up, facing him, keeping her voice down but letting the frustration bleed through. "It's everything, Zuko. The things you know. The things you shouldn't know. You knew about the Spirit Oasis before you ever set foot in the North Pole. You knew Princess who was tied to the Moon Spirit. You knew about Avatar Raya, an ancient avatar and spirit even Aang had never heard of. You knew King Bumi was in Omashu. You talk about lion turtles and the origin of the Avatar like you're reciting history you lived through." She took a step closer, her blue eyes searching his gold ones for a crack, a flicker of the truth behind the prince, the ghost, the scholar. "On the ship, when you first captured Aang, you knew things about him. Little things. Things he hadn't told anyone. You knew about his friend Kuzan in the Fire Nation. You knew he loved fruit pies. How? You knew about the siege before it happened. You orchestrated your own death like you'd read it. How do you know these things?" The question hung in the dry air between them, the core mystery she had danced around for months, now laid bare beside a babbling creek in the middle of nowhere. Zuko held her gaze. For a long, suspended moment, she saw it, a profound weariness, a loneliness so vast it seemed to eclipse the sun, and behind it, a calculation so deep it was like looking into a well with no bottom. He was weighing something. The truth, the whole impossible, universe-shattering truth, was right there, on the other side of his eyes. He could tell her. "I am not him. I am a man from another world, a world where your life was a story I watched as a child. I know how it ends, and I am trying to change the ending. It would explain everything. It would also break everything." She saw him contemplate that leap. And then she saw him step back from the edge. He blinked, and the profound depth vanished, replaced by the more familiar, sharp focus of Prince Zuko. He looked away, towards the horizon where the road snaked toward Jailing. "You think I spent my exile just chasing you and moping?" he asked, his voice taking on a dry, scholarly tone that was Lord Lee's, but sharper. "After I was banished, I was adrift. A prince with no purpose but a hollow command. So I found purpose in understanding why. Why was the Avatar such a threat? Why did the spirits matter? Why were we at war?" He turned back to her, his expression one of cold, intellectual intensity. "I read everything. Not just Fire Nation propaganda. I had Uncle scour the Earth Kingdom for texts. I traded with pirates for Water Tribe scrolls salvaged from the south. I bribed my way into sealed archives in the Earth Kingdom under false names. The story of Juan and Rava isn't in a single book, it's fragments. A line in a water tribe spirit hymn about the first vessel. A fire sage heresy about the borrowing spirit. An Earth Kingdom geological survey that mentions turtleback cities and a folktale appendix. An air nomad parable about a windwalker who asked the great turtle for a gift. He took a step toward her, his voice dropping. You piece it together. You cross-reference. You look for the patterns everyone else ignores because they're looking for battles and politics, not myths. King Bumi? His longevity and power are the subject of Earth Kingdom whispers for a century. It was a deduction. Princess Yu's spirit? The northern tribe's rituals are meticulously documented in a stolen water sage's scroll from before the war. The lion turtles? They're in the oldest creation myths of every culture, if you know where to look and aren't afraid to believe the nonsense the fire sages dismiss. He was lying. She knew it with a certainty that went deeper than reason. The explanation was too neat, too perfectly constructed to answer her every point. It was the lie of a brilliant strategist, one that used truth as its foundation. He had studied, he was brilliant, to sell a monumental falsehood. But the little things, she pressed, her heart pounding. Aang's friend. The fruit pies. Aang talked in his sleep in the brig, Zuko said flatly. Extensively. And about fruit pies? He was a 12-year-old boy trapped on a metal ship. It wasn't hard to figure out what would motivate him. It was a flawless, insultingly simple rebuttal. The kind that made you feel foolish for asking. He saw the doubt, the lingering disbelief in her eyes. The lovey-dovey closeness was ashes now. This was the core of their bond, not affection, but this relentless, grating push and pull between her instinct and his calculation. Think what you want, Katara, he said, his voice final. Call it genius, call it obsession, call it madness. But don't mistake it for mystery. I prepared. While others slept, I studied. While others fought for scraps of land, I sought the blueprints of the world. That is how I know. That is the only how there is. He turned and walked back toward the cart, calling out to the driver that the break was over. The moment was severed. Katara stood by the creek, the cold water forgotten on her skin. He had looked into the abyss of the truth and chosen to build a wall of plausible lies instead. The rejection stung more than any insult. He trusted her with his body, with his sister's life, with his mad quest for power, but not with his origin. As the party regrouped and the cart lurched forward again, she took her seat opposite him. The silence now was a canyon. He had drawn a new perimeter, not around his affairs, but around the very core of his being. And his answer to her was clear: this line, you do not cross. This truth, you do not get. She looked out at the passing earth, the steadfast, unchanging land. He was a phantom, but his lies had the weight and solidity of stone. And she was trapped in the cart with him, rolling deeper into his design, knowing that the most important piece of the puzzle, the man himself, was a masterpiece of forgery. He had plans, contingencies. His contingencies had contingencies. Layers and layers of plans and lies in his mind that she couldn't hope guess. Chapter 17, The Gilded Cage of Jailing. The journey to Jailing was measured not in miles, but in a gradual softening of the world. The harsh, golden grasslands yielded to cultivated fields, then to orchards heavy with late summer fruit. The dusty track became a packed earth road, then a proper stone-paved way wide enough for 2 carts to pass. Signs of wealth, subtle but unmistakable, began to appear: well-maintained fences, irrigation channels that spoke of careful engineering, and the distant, fortified manor houses of lesser landowners on the hills. The land itself felt different under the cartwheels, settled, claimed, and rich. This was the heartland of Earth Kingdom nobility, where power was measured in harvests and hereditary titles, not just military rank. As they crested a final, gentle rise in the late afternoon sun, Jailing lay spread out before them in a wide, fertile valley. It was not a city like Omashu, carved with audacious grandeur. Jailing was a town of deep, entrenched prosperity. Its walls were thick and ancient, not for repelling armies often, but for declaring permanence. Inside, the roofs were a sea of dark, weathered tiles. Sturdy buildings of stone and heavy timber lined orderly streets. The air here smelled of baking bread, forged smoke, and the rich, loamy scent of earth that had been turned by plows for 1,000 years. Their little party, the shabby cart, the guards, the Kyoshi women drew curious but not alarmed looks as they passed through the main gate. The guards here wore the livery of the town, not the Earth King, and their scrutiny was of tax collectors and trade permits, not spies. Their destination was not hard to find. The Beifong estate was not a separate fortress on a hill, it was the hill. On the northern edge of town, the land rose into a smooth, manicured slope. At its summit, surrounded by gardens that were geometric works of art even from a distance, stood the Beifong compound. It was less a palace and more a small, walled village unto itself, a labyrinth of interconnected buildings, courtyards, and pavilions with swooping, green-tiled roofs. It spoke not of flamboyant power, but of wealth so old and dense it had become a geological feature. At the great ironwood gates, their guise was put to the test. Lord Li, Zuko, presented his forged letters of introduction from the Ministry of Cultural Exchange in Ba Sing Se, expressing interest in the Beifong family's renowned historical archives and their views on post-war agricultural trade. The gatekeeper, a man whose face seemed carved from the same wood as the gate, examined the seal with a critical eye, then nodded. They were expected. The cart was led to a side courtyard for the servants and guards. Rin, Li, and the Kyoshi warriors would wait here, blending into the background of the vast household. Only Lord Li and his attendant Li, Katara, were escorted further, by a silent servant in immaculate gray robes. They moved through a world of quiet, controlled opulence. Courtyards were paved with intricate mosaics of river stones. Walls were hung with priceless, ancient tapestries depicting earth-bending forms and mythical badger moles. The air was still and cool, scented with sandalwood and dried tea. Every sound, the click of a door, the scuff of a shoe, was swallowed by the sheer, heavy presence of the place. It was the opposite of the Fire Nation Palace's aggressive grandeur. This wealth didn't shout, it murmured, and its whisper was a command to be silent. They were brought to a receiving chamber. It was a large room, but felt intimate due to shelves crammed with scrolls, specimen cases of rare crystals, and low tables of polished black stone. The light was soft, filtering through rice paper screens. 2 people awaited them. The man who rose to greet them was Lao Beifong. He was not a large man, but he carried himself with the unshakable solidity of a mountain. His face was handsome, lined with the gravity of management, not hardship. His robes were a deep, forest green, exquisitely tailored and utterly devoid of ostentation. His eyes, a cool gray, assessed them with the speed of a merchant appraising a new commodity. Lord Li, he said, his voice a pleasant, resonant baritone. He gave a shallow, correct bow of welcome. Welcome to Jailing. Your letters spoke of a forward-thinking mind. We are always pleased to host friends from the capital, especially in these uncertain times. The pause before uncertain times was a masterclass in diplomatic understatement, acknowledging the new Fire Lord's peace without committing to an opinion on it. Master Beifong, Zuko replied, bowing with the precise depth of a junior official to a revered elder. His voice was Lord Li's, respectful, slightly eager, intelligent but not challenging. Your hospitality honors us. In times of change, it is the pillars of tradition and stability, like your esteemed house, that provide the foundation for the future. Lao Beifong's lips twitched in the ghost of a smile. The flattery was acceptable because it was true. He gestured to the woman beside him. My wife, Poppy. Poppy Beifong was a vision of delicate, sheltered beauty. She seemed made of finer material than the stone around her. Her robes were layers of pale cream and ivory silk, embroidered with tiny, silver thread blossoms. Her hair was an elaborate sculpture of pins and combs. Her smile was warm but brittle, her eyes flickering with a constant, gentle anxiety. She was an orchid in a vault, precious, protected, and utterly removed from the dirt. Lord Li, she said, her voice like the chime of a small bell. We hope your journey was not too taxing. The roads can be so rough. Her gaze swept over Katara, registering her as a servant, and thus, part of the furniture. The journey was illuminating, Lady Beifong, Zuko said. To see the lands under your family's stewardship is to understand the meaning of prosperity. The pleasantries continued, a slow, intricate dance. Tea was served, a rare, smoky blend from the mountains. They discussed the theoretical impact of new trade routes, the importance of historical records, the weather. Zuko, as Lord Li, was impressively, boringly competent. He asked insightful but safe questions, praised the architecture, and mentioned a fictional, mutual acquaintance in Ba Sing Se's bureaucracy. Katara, as Li, stood a step behind and to his right, eyes downcast, pouring tea when a tiny flick of Zuko's finger indicated it was needed. She absorbed the atmosphere, the crushing weight of tradition, the sterile perfection, the quiet, smothering fear that seemed to emanate from Poppy Beifong like a scent. After what felt like an age, Lao Beifong set his cup down with a soft clink. You spoke in your letter of an interest in the holistic foundations of our success, Lord Li. Our lineage, our connection to the land. It is a refreshing perspective from the capital, which often thinks only in taxes and troop movements. The strength of the earth is not just in its yield, but in its spirit, Zuko offered, a perfectly generic Earth Kingdom platitude. Indeed, Lao said. He seemed to come to a decision. In that spirit, it would be remiss not to introduce you to the heart of our family's future. He nodded to a servant standing by a far door. The servant bowed and slipped out. A tension entered the room, thin as a razor. Poppy Beifong's brittle smile became fixed. Her hands, folded in her lap, clenched slightly. Lao's expression remained a polite mask, but his shoulders straightened almost imperceptibly, as if bracing for an inspection. Moments later, the door opened again. The girl who entered was small, swimming in layers of pristine white and silver silk. Her robes were even more elaborate than her mother's, meant for a doll or a statue. Her long, black hair was parted neatly down the middle and fell like a curtain, partially obscuring her face. She walked with painful, mincing steps, one hand resting lightly on the arm of a stern-looking elderly maid. Her head was bowed, her milky, unseeing eyes fixed on the floor. She was a portrait of exquisite fragility. A treasure kept in a dustless case. The house announcer, an old man with a voice like dry parchment, intoned, presenting the cherished daughter of the house of Beifong, the light of her parents' eyes. Miss Toph Beifong. The girl, Toph, curtsied in the direction of the voices, a motion so small and precise it seemed automated. She said nothing. She was the perfect, silent, beautiful object. From her place by the tea service, Katara stared. She felt a sudden, overwhelming wave of pity, followed by a surge of anger, at the gilded cage, at Zuko for his apparent miscalculation, at the entire performance. Zuko, Lord Li, rose and offered a shallow bow. "An honor to meet you, Miss Beifong. Your home is as graceful as its reputation." Toph's head tilted a fraction, as if listening to a faint, far-off sound. Her blank eyes remained fixed on nothing. She gave another microscopic, silent nod. But Katara, watching closely, saw something else. As the girl's bare feet, pale against the dark stone floor, shifted slightly in that non-curtsy, she didn't feel the stone. She listened to it. And for a fleeting instant, as Zuko finished his polite lie, the very corner of Toph's placid, doll-like mouth twitched. Not in a smile. In something else. A tiny, seismic flicker of contempt, heard through the soles of her feet. Chapter 18, Toph Beifong. The morning began, as it always did, with the waltz. Toph sat on the floor of her bedroom, her palms flat against the cool, polished stone. The vibrations came to her first, the distant, rhythmic thumping of the kitchen staff preparing breakfast, 3 floors down and to the east. The lighter, quicker steps of her personal maid, Yuna, approaching down the hall. The slow, heavy tread of the groundskeeper, Lao Feng, moving through the gardens below her window. She could feel it all. The entire estate, alive and humming through the stone. With a slow, controlled exhale, she pushed. The floor beneath her rippled. Not enough to crack or shake the furniture, just a gentle, rolling wave that traveled from her hands out to the walls, then echoed back to her. It was a greeting. A good morning. A reminder that no matter how many silken carpets they laid, how many polished tiles they installed, the earth beneath was still hers. She discovered it by accident 3 years ago. A tantrum. A stomp. A crack in the floor that had terrified her parents and thrilled her in a way she couldn't explain. They'd called it a miracle, a blessing from the spirits for their poor, blind daughter. They'd had the floor repaired and told her never to do it again. They didn't understand. It wasn't a miracle. It was a language. And she was the only one in this entire, stuffy mansion who could speak it. A knock at the door. The vibration of Yuna's nervous knuckles. Miss Toph? It's time to prepare for the day. Toph let her hands go limp. The connection faded. Come in, she said, her voice soft and flat, the perfect imitation of the fragile doll they expected. The door opened, and Yuna's gentle footsteps entered. Toph could feel the woman's kindness, her pity, her constant, low-level anxiety. It was in the careful way she walked, the slight tremble in her hands as she laid out the day's clothes. Your mother has requested you wear the silver and white robes today, Miss, Yuna said, her voice like a timid bird. We have very important guests arriving from Ba Sing Se. Big deal, Toph thought. They always had important guests. Merchants, generals, boring officials who talked about taxes and crop yields until she wanted to scream. Guests? Toph asked aloud, tilting her head, playing innocent. A diplomat, Mississippi Lord Lee. From the Ministry of Cultural Exchange. Yuna's hands fussed with the silks. They say he's very young, but very clever. He's here to discuss post-war initiatives. Toph nearly scoffed. Post-war. As if the war had just politely ended and everyone was now holding hands. She felt the tremors of soldiers on the roads every week, the distant, grim news that came through the servants' gossip. But in the Beifong estate, the war was just an unfortunate topic to be discussed over tea. Yuna helped her into the layers of silk. Each robe was heavier than the last. By the time the final sash was tied, Toph felt like a fancy, wrapped parcel. Her hair was brushed and arranged, parted down the middle, left to hang straight. A style for a child. A style for someone who couldn't possibly care about how she looked. There, Yuna said, giving a satisfied little hum. You look perfect, Miss Toph. I feel like a prisoner, Toph thought. Breakfast was a quiet affair in the family's small sunroom. Toph could feel her mother's presence, a jittery, fluttering vibration. Poppy was always on edge, but today it was worse. Her footsteps were quicker, her movements sharper. Now, Toph, Poppy began, her voice trying for calm and landing somewhere near strained cheer. You remember what we discussed about being on your best behavior today? Yes, Mother, Toph murmured, poking at her kanji with a spoon. This Lord Lee is a very significant person. His connections in the capital could be very beneficial for our family's interests. Poppy's teacup clinked against its saucer. Your father will be speaking with him about trade, about history, very grown-up things. It's essential we make a good impression. Translation, Toph thought, he's rich and connected, and we want his money. I understand, Toph said. And, Poppy added, the flutter in her voice increasing, he's unmarried. And quite young, from what we hear. Toph froze, the spoon halfway to her mouth. Oh! Oh, no! She could feel it now, the unspoken plan vibrating in her mother's anxious posture, in the way her father's heavy, solid steps approached the sunroom. This wasn't just a diplomatic visit. This was an inspection. A potential match. Rage, hot and sudden, boiled up in her chest. She was 12. 12! And they were already sizing up some bureaucrat from Ba Sing Se as a future husband? Because what else was a blind daughter good for, if not to be married off to strengthen an alliance? But she didn't let it show. She lowered the spoon, set it down quietly, and folded her hands in her lap. The perfect picture of docile obedience. Her father, Lao, entered the room. His vibrations were always the easiest to read, solid, unmovable, like the foundation of the house itself. But today, there was a new layer. A keen, sharp attention. He was in business mode. "Good, you're both here," Lao said, his voice that calm, commanding baritone. "The diplomats' party arrived in town last night. They'll be here within the hour." He walked over, and Toph felt his large, warm hand rest on top of her head for a moment. "You look very presentable, Toph. Just remember to speak only when spoken to, and keep your eyes down. We want Lord Li to see how well-mannered you are." "You want him to see a porcelain doll," Toph screamed inside her head. "A silent, pretty thing to put on his shelf." "Yes, father," she whispered. The next hour was agony. She was taken to the main receiving chamber to acclimate. She sat on a cushion, back straight, hands folded, while servants rushed around, making final adjustments. She felt the vibrations of the entire household shifting into performance mode. The gardeners outside were trimming already perfect hedges. The cooks were stressing over the delicate tea selection. Every servant's step was a little quicker, a little lighter. And through it all, Toph sat, screaming on the inside. She wanted to be in her secret place, the small, hidden grove beyond the eastern wall where the earth was soft and untamed. Where she could bend without fear, without hiding. Where she could feel the world as it was, not as her parents wanted it to be. But instead, she was here. Waiting to be presented like a prize sow. Finally, the vibrations changed. A cart, no, a wagon pulled by two animals, mules, she guessed, rolled through the main gate. Several people disembarked. Guards, 2, maybe 3, walking with the solid, disciplined tread of soldiers trying to look casual. Lighter steps, women, moving with a silent, graceful purpose that didn't match any servant she knew. And then, 2 sets of footsteps approaching the main hall with her father. One was her father's. The other. Toph focused. The footsteps were measured. Calm. Not heavy, not light. They fell with a precise, even rhythm that spoke of total control. But here was the strange part, she couldn't feel them properly. It was like listening to someone speak through a thick wall. She could tell someone was walking, but the usual details, weight, tension, subtle shifts in balance, were muffled. Distant. Weird, she thought. The voices entered the chamber. Her father's, warm and welcoming. And another, a young man's voice, polite, intelligent, with a slight, unplaceable accent that wasn't quite standard Earth Kingdom upper crust. "Lord Li," her father was saying. "Welcome to Jailing. Your letter spoke of a forward-thinking mind." Blah, blah, blah. Toph tuned out the pleasantries. She kept her head bowed, her milky eyes aimed at the floor, playing her part. But her mind was on those footsteps. The conversation flowed around her. Tea was poured. She felt the vibrations of her mother's nervous sips, her father's confident gestures. Lord Li's voice was always calm, always saying the right thing. He praised the architecture, the archives, the holistic foundations of their success. He sounded like a walking, talking textbook. Boring, Toph decided. Then her father said it. The words she'd been dreading. "In that spirit, it would be remiss not to introduce you to the heart of our family's future." A servant's quick steps. A door opening. Toph felt Yuna's familiar, gentle hand on her arm, guiding her up. She rose, letting herself be led forward, her steps the tiny, mincing things she'd been taught. One hand on Yuna's arm, the other holding her robes just so. She could feel everyone's eyes on her. Her mother's anxious stare. Her father's proud, assessing gaze. The diplomats, what? She tried to read him, but his presence was still frustratingly vague. A shape without details. The house announcer's dry voice filled the room. Presenting the cherished daughter of the House of Beifong, the light of her parents' eyes. Miss Toph Beifong. She curtsied, a small, precise motion. She said nothing. Lord Li's voice came then, from the vague, muffled spot where he stood. An honor to meet you, Miss Beifong. Your home is as graceful as its reputation. His words were smooth. Perfect. But something about the way he said it, it wasn't the usual empty flattery of visiting nobles. It was too precise. Too deliberate. It was a line delivered by an actor who knew his script cold. And as he finished speaking, Toph felt it. Not from him. From the floor. A tiny, almost imperceptible shift in the stone where he stood. It was the vibration of someone transferring weight. But it was wrong. It was too isolated. It didn't travel through his feet and into the ground the way it should. It was like he was standing on something, not quite connected to the earth. For a fleeting second, a crack appeared in her docile mask. Her placid, doll-like mouth twitched. Not a smile. It was a spark of pure, undiluted contempt. Not for him, necessarily, but for the whole stupid game. For the fake compliment, for her own performance, for the fact that this boy with the muffled feet and the perfect words was probably being sized up as her future jailer. But the moment passed. She gave another microscopic, silent nod. Inside, her mind was churning. Who are you, Lord Li? She thought, as Yuna began to guide her back to her cushion. And why can't I feel you? The conversation resumed around her, topics shifting to trade routes and historical records. But Toph was no longer listening. Her focus was narrowed to that one spot in the room, to the diplomat with the unreadable feet and the voice that sounded like truth wrapped in a lie. For the first time all day, the simmering frustration was joined by something else. Curiosity. Chapter 19, A Conversation in the Dark. The moon was a pale, sharp sliver in the sky, casting long, deep shadows across the manicured gardens of the Beifong estate. The day's formalities had ended hours ago. Dinner had been a quiet, tense affair. Lord Li had been perfectly courteous, asking thoughtful questions about Jailing's agricultural history, while Toph had played her part, speaking only when directly addressed, her answers soft and brief. Now, the estate was silent, sleeping. Or so it seemed. Zuko stood in a secluded corner of the garden, near a small, ornamental koi pond. He wore a simple, dark robe over his Earth Kingdom attire, his face turned up toward the stars. To anyone watching, he might have been a thoughtful young diplomat taking a late-night stroll to clear his head. He was not. In his hand, he held a small, polished stone, a piece of basalt he'd picked up from the path. He waited, feeling its density, then dropped it. It hit the ground with a soft thud. He listened, not with his ears, but with his senses, feeling the vibration travel through the soles of his shoes. They were not ordinary shoes. Before leaving the ship, he'd spent hours in the makeshift workshop with Ensign Li and a nervous Kyoshi Islander who had once been a cobbler's apprentice. The design was based on a principle he remembered from another life: damping. Isolation. The shoes had 2 layers of sole. The outer layer was thick, rigid leather, treated with a rubber-like sap extracted from a Fire Nation tropical plant. Sandwiched between that and the inner sole was a 1/4 inch of finely ground cork mixed with spun glass fibers, a material used in Fire Nation ship engines to dampen vibration. The result was a pair of boots that felt normal to walk in but transmitted almost no detailed vibrational information to the ground. They didn't just muffle his step, they scrambled it. To a seismic sense like Toph's, his footsteps would register as a dull, uniform thump, the vibrational equivalent of white noise. No weight shift, no cell balance changes, no emotional tells carried through the earth. He'd also lined the inner soles with thin sheets of mica, a mineral that, when layered, could disrupt harmonic resonance. It was overkill, perhaps. But when dealing with the greatest earthbending prodigy of her generation, a girl who could see through solid rock, overkill was the only precaution. He heard her before he felt her. A faint rustle of silk from the covered walkway to his left. Not a servant. Servants walked with purpose, even at night. This was a lighter, more hesitant step. He didn't turn. He kept his gaze on the pond, his breathing even. "The night air is quite refreshing," he said, his voice conversational, pitched to carry just far enough. "Much quieter than Ba Sing Se." There was a pause. He could almost feel her surprise from 30 feet away. "Lord Li," Toph's voice came, small and carefully controlled. "I didn't mean to disturb you." "You're not disturbing me, Miss Beifong," he said, finally turning. He gave a shallow, polite bow in the direction of her voice. In the moonlight, she was a pale shape in white and silver, her hair down now, framing a face that looked even younger without its daytime formality. "I was just admiring your family's gardens. The stonework is exceptional." He watched her closely. Her head was tilted slightly, her blank eyes not looking at him, but at the ground near his feet. "She's listening," he thought. "Trying to get a read." "My father spares no expense," she said, the words rehearsed and flat. She took a few steps closer, her own bare feet whispering over the smooth flagstones. "He says a garden should reflect the stability of the home." "A wise philosophy," Zuko agreed, turning back to the pond. He made a show of sighing, a young man burdened by thought. Stability is a rare commodity these days. With the war ending so abruptly, many are unsure what comes next. He felt her stop about 10 feet away. A safe distance. Polite. "You're from the capital," she said. It wasn't a question. "Is it true? Is the war really over?" He could hear the skepticism in her voice, buried under the polite girl act. Good. She wasn't a complete puppet. "The Fire Nation's new Fire Lord, Lu Ten, has declared an end to all offensive operations," Zuko said, keeping his tone neutral, informative. "He's ordered fleets to return home, armies to stand down. On paper, yes, the war is over." "On paper," Toph echoed. "Realities on the ground take time to change," he said. "Old hatreds don't vanish with a decree. New powers will try to fill the vacuum. That is why understanding places like jailing, families like yours, is so important. You are the bedrock. If the bedrock shifts, everything crumbles." He was laying it on thick, but in the persona of Lord Li, it worked. He was the earnest, slightly idealistic bureaucrat, concerned with grand patterns. He bent down and picked up another small stone, this one from the edge of the pond. He rolled it between his fingers. "Do you ever think about the earth, Miss Beifong? Not as land, or property, but as a living thing?" He felt her stillness deepen. This was off script. Not a question about the weather or her lessons. "I'm afraid I don't understand," she said, her voice careful. "Of course, forgive me," he said, waving a dismissive hand. "It's just a scholar's fancy. In my studies, I've read texts that speak of the earth not as dead matter, but as a slow, patient consciousness. That it remembers everything that happens upon it. Every step, every word, every battle. That it listens." He dropped the stone into the pond. It landed with a soft plunk, sending ripples across the dark water. The vibration of the impact traveled through the ground. He felt it, faintly, through his dampened soles. He watched Toph. Her head tilted a fraction. She'd felt it too, but far more clearly. Her bare feet were her antennae. "That sounds like spirit tales," she said, but her voice had lost some of its doll-like flatness. There was a flicker of real interest there. "Nurse-made stories." "Perhaps," Zuko said. "But the oldest maps we have aren't drawn on parchment. They're etched in stone. Riverbeds that shift over centuries. Mountain ranges that rise and fall. The earth keeps its own records. We just have to learn how to read them." He began to walk slowly along the path, his steps deliberately even. He wanted her to follow, to keep trying to puzzle him out. He could feel her hesitation, then the soft pat of her feet as she fell into step a few paces behind him. "You talk like you've studied a lot," she said after a moment. "It's my job," he replied. "The ministry believes that to build a lasting peace, we must understand what came before the war. Not just the battles, but the connections. The trade routes, the shared myths, the very shape of the land. Your family's archives are said to be among the best in the Earth Kingdom. Records going back to the time of Avatar Kyoshi." "I wouldn't know," Toph said, the doll mask slipping back into place. "I don't read the archives." "Of course," Zuko said, nodding as if chastened. "My apologies. I sometimes forget myself around such history." They walked in silence for a minute. The night insects chirped. Somewhere, an owlhawk called. "Your attendant," Toph said suddenly. "The girl. Lee. She's very quiet." Zuko's internal alarms rang, quiet but persistent. He kept his pace steady. "Lee is a good girl. Efficient. She doesn't speak much, but she sees a great deal." "Is she from Ba Sing Se too?" "The lower ring, originally," Zuko said, fabricating smoothly. "Her family were scribes. She has a good eye for detail. Useful in my work." "She feels sad," Toph said, her voice almost a whisper. Zuko stopped walking. He turned to face her fully. She had stopped as well, her head cocked, her expression unreadable in the gloom. "What do you mean?" he asked, keeping his tone gently curious, not defensive. Toph seemed to realize she'd said too much. She shrugged, a small, fragile motion. "I don't know. The way she moves. It's heavy. Like she's carrying something." Perceptive, Zuko thought. Even through the act, she's picking up on Katara's grief. "The war has left many heavy hearts, Miss Beifong," he said, his voice softening with what he hoped sounded like genuine sympathy. "Even those far from the front lines. Lee lost family." "Many did." Toph was silent for a long moment. He could feel her seismic attention locked on him, a pressure against the ground. She was trying so hard to pierce his muffled presence, to find a crack in Lord Lee's polished exterior. "You're different from the others who visit," she said finally. "Oh? How so?" "You don't talk down to me," she said, and for the first time, a hint of her real frustration bled through. "Most people either pity me or ignore me. They talk to my parents about me like I'm not there. You asked me a question. About the Earth." Zuko allowed a small, thoughtful smile. "It seems rude to ignore one's hostess, even if her perspective is unique. And who knows? A unique perspective might see things others miss." He saw her tense. That had hit a nerve. "Good. I should go back inside," she said abruptly, taking a step back. "My mother will be worried if she finds me gone." "Of course," Zuko said, bowing again. "Thank you for the conversation, Miss Beifong. It was enlightening." She nodded once, a quick, sharp motion, then turned and walked swiftly back toward the house, her bare feet silent on the stones. Zuko watched her go, the pale shape disappearing into the deeper shadows of the covered walkway. He stood there for several more minutes, listening to the night. He replayed the conversation in his head. He'd been perfect. Lord Lee had been thoughtful, intellectual, slightly melancholic, harmless. He'd given her just enough substance to intrigue her, but nothing real. He'd deflected the question about Katara neatly. He'd even planted a seed, the idea of the Earth listening. He looked down at his boots, hidden under the dark robe. They had worked. She'd been trying to read him the entire time, and he'd felt her frustration. Her seismic sense had met a wall of cork, glass, and clever design. She'd heard his voice, but his feet had told her nothing. A small, cold satisfaction settled in his chest. Phase 1 of the jailing operation was complete. He made contact, assessed the environment, and maintained his cover. Tomorrow, he would begin the real work, gaining access to the Beifong archives, looking for any maps or legends that might mention the migratory paths of lion turtles or the location of forgotten air nomad sanctuaries. And Toph Beifong? He looked toward the house, where a single, faint light glowed in an upper window, likely her room. She was an asset. A powerful, undiscovered one. Her parents saw a frail blind girl to be married off. He saw a seismic weapon waiting to be unlocked. But that was a problem for another day. For now, she was a curiosity. A smart, frustrated girl trapped in a gilded cage. And he had just given her a reason to look at the cage door. He turned and began to walk back to his own guest quarters, his specially made boots making soft, deadened thumps on the earth, leaving no trace of the phantom prince who wore them. Chapter 20, The Unseen Prodigy. The guest quarters assigned to Lord Li were spacious but austere, a reflection of Earth Kingdom nobility's idea of understated wealth. Thick tapestries depicting mountain ranges covered the stone walls, a heavy wooden desk stood near the window, and a wide, low bed piled with embroidered blankets dominated the far side of the room. Zuko entered silently, his boots making no sound on the woven reed matting. A single oil lamp burned on the desk, casting a warm, flickering glow. Katara/Lee was already there, sitting on a cushion by the brazier, mending a small tear in one of his Earth Kingdom tunics. She looked up as he entered, her expression tight with unasked questions. "You were gone a long time," she said quietly, setting the needlework aside. "I heard you talking in the garden." "Couldn't sleep," Zuko said, his voice shedding the polite, measured tone of Lord Li. It was lower now, edged with fatigue and the quiet intensity she'd come to know as his real self. He began to unbutton the outer robe, shrugging it off and draping it over the back of the desk chair. "And I had an audience." Katara stood, moving to help him with the inner layers, her motions practiced and automatic. "The daughter? Toph?" He sat on the edge of the bed, letting her kneel to untie the laces of his specialized boots. "She came out to listen. Trying to get a read on me." "Did she?" Katara asked, pulling the first boot off. She ran her fingers over the unusual sole, feeling the strange, layered texture. She'd helped design them, but seeing them used in the field was different. "No," Zuko said, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. "The boots worked. She could hear my voice, but my feet told her nothing." It frustrated her. Confused her. Katara pulled off the second boot, setting the pair neatly aside. "She's just a girl, Zuko. A blind girl who's being paraded around like a doll for some political marriage. Why does she matter to you?" Zuko leaned back on his hands, looking at the ceiling. The lamplight carved shadows under his cheekbones, along the line of his scar. "Because she's not just a girl, Katara. She's the prodigy I told you about. The Earthbender." Katara froze, halfway through folding his discarded tunic. She stared at him. "Toph? The one who can barely walk without a maid holding her arm? That's your prodigy?" A faint smile touched Zuko's lips. "That's the act. The performance for her parents, for the world. The real Toph Beifong is something else entirely." He patted the space on the bed beside him. After a moment's hesitation, Katara sat, folding her legs beneath her, her blue eyes fixed on his face, wary and curious. "Tell me," she said. Zuko took a slow breath, choosing his words with care. He couldn't tell her the whole truth, that he'd known Toph's story from another life, from flickering images on a screen. So he wove a lie from threads of truth, the way he always did. "My spies have been watching jailing for months," he began, his voice low and steady. "Ever since I started looking for unconventional assets. People with power that's been overlooked." The reports kept mentioning rumors. Stories from the lower town, from the miners and the traders. About an underground fighting ring. Katara's brow furrowed. "A fighting ring?" "Earthbending bouts," Zuko clarified. "Illegal, brutal, no rules. Fighters come from all over the Earth Kingdom to compete. And for the last year, the undefeated champion has been a mystery. A small, hooded figure who calls themselves the blind bandit. Katara's eyes widened. Blind? Exactly, Zuko said, watching her put the pieces together. No one knows who it is. They show up, fight, win, take the prize money, and disappear. They never speak. They never show their face. But the descriptions, small, agile, impossibly precise. And the way they bend, it's not like any earthbending I've ever seen. It's not just throwing rocks. It's like they're having a conversation with the earth. Like they can feel everything in the arena before it happens. He leaned closer, his golden eyes intense in the lamplight. My agents dug deeper. They tracked the blind bandit after a few matches. They followed the trail, right to the walls of the Beifong estate. Katara shook her head slowly, disbelief warring with dawning understanding. But, she's blind. How can she earthbend like that? How can she even fight? That's the thing, Zuko said, and here, he could tell the truth or close to it. She wasn't trained by a master. Not a human one, anyway. The rumors among the servants, the ones who've been here for generations, say that when she was little, she would wander off. They'd find her in the most remote parts of the estate, sitting perfectly still, her hands on the ground. They thought she was just a strange, sad child. He paused, letting the story build. But what was really happening was that she'd found a way out. A tunnel, long forgotten, that leads deep into the mountains behind the estate. And down there, in the dark where no one else could go, she found the original earthbenders. Katara's breath caught. The badger moles. Zuko nodded. They took to her. Maybe because she was blind like them. Maybe because she wasn't afraid. They taught her. Not with words, but with vibration, with feeling. They showed her that earthbending isn't about sight. It's about listening. She doesn't see with her eyes, Katara. She sees with her feet. He reached out and took one of her hands, turning it over so her palm faced up. He traced a light circle in the center. Every step you take sends a vibration through the ground. Every heartbeat, every shift of weight. To her, the world isn't dark. It's a map of living vibrations. She can feel a person's stance, their balance, their intentions, all through the earth. She can see in total darkness better than we can in broad daylight. She can tell if you're lying by the tension in your feet. Katara stared at him, her mind trying to grasp the scale of it. That's incredible. It's more than incredible, Zuko said, his voice dropping to a near whisper. It's revolutionary. She's reinvented earthbending from the ground up, literally. While her parents dress her in silk and plan her marriage, she's sneaking out at night to humble grown men in an underground arena. She's the most powerful earthbender of her generation, and no one knows it. Not even her. He released her hand and leaned back, the intensity draining from his face, replaced by a look of weary calculation. She's an asset, Katara. A weapon. One that could change the balance of power in the Earth Kingdom. Or beyond. Katara was quiet for a long time, processing it all. The sheltered blind girl was a secret bending prodigy. The fragile doll was an undefeated champion. It was almost too much to believe. But, why are you telling me this? She asked finally, her voice soft. Because you're here, Zuko said simply. Because you're part of this. And because I need you to understand what we're dealing with. This isn't just a pit stop. Jailing is a strategic point. And Toph Beifong is the key to it. He looked at her, his gaze softening just a fraction. And because I trust you. With this. With her. The words hung between them, heavy and real. He didn't say I love you. He didn't say you're mine. He said I trust you. And for Katara, in that moment, it was enough. She let out a slow breath, the tension in her shoulders easing. So what now? Do we recruit her? Not yet, Zuko said. First, we earn her trust. She's been lied to and controlled her whole life. If we come at her with another agenda, she'll shut us out. We have to show her we're different. That we see her, the real her. He reached out again, this time cupping her cheek. His thumb brushed over the line of her jaw, a gesture so tender it made her heart ache. You're good at that. Seeing people. Katara leaned into his touch, her eyes closing. I don't know if I can. She's so guarded. So are you, Zuko murmured. She opened her eyes, meeting his gaze. There was no mockery there, no calculation. Just a quiet, weary honesty. He was right. She had been guarded. Angry. Lost. And somehow, against all odds, he had found a way past her walls. She shifted closer, until her knees brushed against his leg. You're asking a lot. Of her. Of me. I know, he said, his voice barely a whisper now. I always do. Slowly, giving her every chance to pull away, he leaned in. Katara didn't move. She stayed still, her breath catching as his lips met hers. It wasn't like the desperate, claiming kiss on the ship. It wasn't like the sad, deep kiss in the dark. This was softer. Slower. A kiss of shared secrets, of quiet understanding. His hand stayed on her cheek, his touch gentle. Hers came up to rest on his chest, feeling the steady, strong beat of his heart beneath her palm. When they finally parted, they stayed close, foreheads touching. The oil lamp guttered, casting long, dancing shadows across the room. We should sleep, Zuko murmured, though he made no move to pull away. Katara agreed, just as reluctant. After another moment, he shifted, lying back on the bed and pulling her with him. She settled against his side, her head on his shoulder, one arm draped across his waist. He wrapped an arm around her, holding her close. The blind bandit, Katara whispered into the dark, a hint of wonder in her voice. She sounds incredible. She is, Zuko said, his voice already thick with approaching sleep. And she's just the beginning. Outside, the moon continued its slow arc across the sky. In her room at the top of the house, Toph Beifong lay awake, her hands pressed to the floor, listening to the vibrations of the sleeping estate and thinking about the diplomat with the silent feet and the strange, knowing questions. And in the guest quarters, two phantoms held each other in the dark, bound by secrets, by lies, and by a fragile, growing thing that felt, against all reason, like trust. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 13. Peace.